I cannot see the stream.
Welcome everyone. It is something of a slow news day as far as I could tell, but we do have some stuff to look over anyway. And even though it isn't as much today, I was thinking that we could resume the fateful KOTOR playthrough if we run out of stuff today. People have told me that I should get off the planet I'm on or get through the story that far because it gets interesting afterwards. So we might do that. However, in the meantime, I have Nomon helping me as the co-host today. Welcome, Nomon.
Thank you.
The Discord overlay should, yeah, okay, that's working now, good. Right, good, well, welcome. Today there is also a little bit of a competition. Anyone who designs, there's been a request for Cabby merch. Anyone who designs, creates the design that is then put onto merch gets 5,000 user coins. And there's no guarantee anyone will win, much like with the competition we had a little while ago for giving a new profile picture to Uzabot. No guarantee that there will be a winner, but it's if I like one enough, then I'll use it and I will pay out for that. Anyway, so today we've got a few things. Let's start with some memes though, and they will ease us into the story. Let's not talk too much about things easing in, given our main story today. Poor Lindsey. It is said that he eased something in, and then that was his fate. Here is a picture that I was going to use for the thumbnail, and I decided against it because it would be kind of celebrating the death of an old man, despite what he's done. I don't really enjoy it when the left celebrates the death of right-wing commentators, even though the way they do it is always so much worse, and it's about people that are really haven't done anything wrong, like Charlie Kirk. Doesn't seem to have done anyway. But still.
What do you mean? That's his boyfriend.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, like, respect. But I mean, this was Saddam Hussein originally, and that was South Park, and that was really edgy. Now we're just doing it for the average US congressman.
And to be fair, who is really more of a terrorist?
I suppose you're right, yeah. I suppose you're right. Bridgewit says, you look like someone who eats bananas for the shape, not the taste. I'm not sure who he's saying that to, but I suppose I could... anyone willing to jump in front of that bullet and be offended? Robokirk Agartha posting. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, there was a statue of Charlie Kirk made, which kind of looks like a Robokirk, with it being like gold for the skin. It's very silly. All right, I gotta briefly show off some fan art that was made here. Thank you to the viewer named Cabby for this. I greatly appreciate that. Anyway, let's continue. Why did she put the diamond? I thought we fixed that problem. God damn it! I'm gonna have to look into that.
I'm feeling this will be a long-term problem.
Yeah, I found where Cabal Diamond was in the prompt and removed it, and then replaced it with something else, and she just says Cabal logo, and then my code replaces that. But for some reason, she still put Diamond. So if she puts Diamond, tell her, no, just write Cabal logo, not Cabal Diamond. And she should do it. These, do you know what these are, Nomon?
Are they some kind of fucked up century egg?
Century egg?
Yeah,
what's that?
You know, century egg. The Chinese food.
Oh, I don't know that, actually. Apparently, they're penguin eggs. And when they're hard-boiled, they're still translucent.
Ah.
Which I didn't know. I was going to look into it. G-Servitor posted this, and he's not exactly an encyclopedic, reliable form of information, but it might be true. Penguin eggs, hard-boiled, transparent. Transparent.
I mean, I see no reason as to why it wouldn't be true.
When boiled, penguin egg whites don't turn opaque like chicken eggs. They become entirely translucent and jelly-like. Interesting. So it's real, according to Google's AI overview. So yeah, that's interesting. The yolk is not quite the same color as a chicken egg either. Oh, we got news, chat. We got big news. Breaking: Jackie Chan peacefully passed by a grocery store in Hong Kong today at age 72.
May he rest in peace.
May he return home with his groceries in peace.
Very much so.
Yeah. I was for about a couple of milliseconds there. I was worried, but then I read the post. Ooze glue, very good. All right. Hey Nachos, I found a meme for you. No way! How did you know I was Mexican? Meanwhile, his tattoo. Yes, Homu's guardian. May he rest in frozen peas. Big Cheese, I love how she didn't spell it wrong. You spelt it wrong. All right, next thing. Nigel, none of their shots are landing. Akeem, we must increase the power of our rifles. Raise the power to 10. Very funny. And this is a real historical thing that happened, apparently. But was it this morning, Noman? You and I were talking about this? I wanted to, since it came up, I wanted to make this point.
We were talking about this.
Yeah. I can't remember what I used this as an analogy for, actually. But I made the point. Yeah, I made the point that when you have something in front of you that you understand, oh yeah, no, I know what it was. Ancient Greek philosophers had a somewhat solipsistic view of the universe. And we think today most of us can conceive of the difference between objective reality and subjective, quote, reality, where you have ontology and epistemology, reality and knowledge and abstractions and stuff. These two things are separate, but in ancient philosophy, I always got the impression that it seemed like the two were not that separated, that the difference wasn't as well understood. And so a lot of the rules that they were playing by, the expectations they had of how the universe worked, were more sort of within the realm of human perception, more subjective, more solipsistic. And this is the same sort of thing. Because these Africans who had these guys, like, obviously it's retarded, but I can't really, it's not like it was maliciously or negligently
From their starting point?
They're just retarded. They're just slow. They don't know the same rules. They're not playing with the same rule book. They don't know they aren't. They don't know they are, let's say, anyway. So when they see this gauge, moving the dial up has as much effect, potentially, in their opinion, as pulling the trigger does. But pulling the trigger makes something you're pointing at die. Moving the thing up and down, why expect that wouldn't do anything useful? And they don't know what it does, so why not just guess? Now, the meme is not necessarily saying Africans are inferior. The meme is saying that's fucking hilarious, which it is. But still, you got to realize that the rules that we play with day to day, that we measure reality with, especially that we do philosophy and intellectual and thinking with, are they're preset for us to some extent by our culture and by our experiences. But if we were living in a different culture, we would have none of those rules, and there'd be a lot more mixing of things that shouldn't mix into what we think are the basic rules of the universe, which I think you go back far enough, even very intelligent people were doing the same thing.
Yeah, I can't say that the little ancient philosophy that I have read aged in any way well.
Especially that Aristotle guy. God, what an idiot, right, Hayden? I haven't actually read any ancient Greek philosophers. I probably should. It occurred to me just now, there is something I need to quickly add.
Does that fucking log say bad?
Yes, and I think it might be the author, or it might just be a coincidence because this is probably AI. Although it might not be. It's quite good if it is AI. Sorry, I need to find something real quick. There it is. Okay, there we go. That should be fine. You would need to learn to read first. That's a good point. That's a good point. I haven't done that. Okay, next thing. Today, PA, Philadelphia, I guess, or Pennsylvania, sorry, did something massive, he says. We voted bipartisan to decriminalize HIV in the Commonwealth. He says, I've worked on this for years, and I'm damn proud to see this statute eliminated with SB 45. Well, HIV is not a crime, he says. Any thoughts on this, chat?
I mean, it's not like they could arrest it.
True. HIV isn't the crime, mate. Deliberately infecting someone with it is. It is a horrible lifelong disease. We need to nuke Smogzilla, indeed. Yeah. That's pretty fucking awful, though. I don't have much more to say on it. There he is. Are you surprised by any aspects of
fucking?
Okay, he's black. Now, let me not say that as just well, that makes him worse. No, blacks are significantly gayer on average, and I do wonder.
True.
I do wonder. Black Democrat politician just legalized spreading HIV. Could he possibly be, chat? What do you think?
Oh, they did say that it was bipartisan. So I guess
true.
HIV proliferation is a very important issue to both aisles.
That's true. I wonder why he why it ended up being why it ended up being bipartisan. So Representative Ben Waxman, I assume this is the Republican he's talking about. That he no, Democrat it says. Not sure.
Not a real person. There's no way. You're named the Waxman.
Waxman. Oh, subtle. Oh, I see. Escaped Madden Two Swords display. Did you? So it does say bipartisan,
especially as politician.
Yeah, it's true. Back in look how fucking gay this guy is. Back in 2023, Billy Porter and I wrote the Inquiry that HIV is not a crime, and today that fight will become law. EM dash. This win belongs to AIDS Law PA, Fight PHL, who've led this for decades and to countless folks advocacy made it real. Folks is a very left-wing thing to say these days. Republicans and Democrats came together to reform our human trafficking laws, and in so doing also remove this harmful provision. I see. I see. So you bundled it up with a bunch of other stuff, did you? Typical.
Yeah.
Prior to this, folks, spreading HIV is not an issue of human trafficking. It's an issue of biological fucking warfare.
So fucking insidious.
It is. It always is.
They cannot help themselves, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that clip of... Where's that clip of Blackadder? Which one? Oh, you mean the one where... yeah. What is it? The one where Rowan Atkinson is saying, unfortunately, he's black or something like that. I can't remember what the... I think it's in the meme system, but I can't remember what it's under. Someone will find it.
You know who I would want the opinion on this? Plague Doc.
Yeah. Yeah, he would be quite upset. He would be quite upset about this.
I'd want to hear that rant.
Yeah. Indeed. All right. For now, though, I don't know. There's no particular reason we're talking about this explosive butt plug, but here's the explosive butt plug itself, found at the scene of the crime. And here is the diagram. Let's go into some detail here. Rigged butt plug explosive device by Mossad. Not sure why the text is all jumbled up here. It's obviously official Israeli documentation here. All natural component, all internal components sealed against moisture and pressure. Blah, 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 device personnel only. So you got the flared base, the base cap twice, detonator, the explosives. Oh, the Fluffy auction. Guys, don't forget about the Fluffy auction. That part's very important. But yes, the notion here is that Mitch McConnell went to a drone factory the day before not Mitch McConnell. Don't say wishful thinking, chat. It's the other one. When Lindsey Graham, he went to a drone factory the day before he died. And people have observed, and I think it's a bit infantile, I would never, right? But people have observed that the drone kind of looks like something else. Now, this shape of drone is almost identical to the world record holder drones for speed. So it makes sense they'd look like this, but still. Now, I don't know how exactly you'd navigate around this, but I guess that's not really the point. Mossad are known...
Great difficulty.
Yes, I imagine so. Mossad are known for putting things on or in people, which then explode, the pagers, for example. And so I suppose that's extended to this. However, one thing that's interesting about Lindsey Graham, which we'll find out later, is that there doesn't seem to have been any reason for him to be Israel's puppet. We'll go into that in more detail a little later.
This is all very Fidel Castro assassination.
Yeah, with the exploding cigar, indeed. All right, this is our other story. It's not going to take that long to go through. Keir Starmer will attend the World Cup final in New York if England beat Argentina on Wednesday, which 50-50. He will then fly back to London to officially resign as Prime Minister on Monday morning. His last act as Prime Minister. Now, this I believe, and maybe those in chat, especially those whose team or the team they were supporting has now been knocked out, those in chat, perhaps you could agree with me, that this is a good reason actually to support England in the World Cup, even if you're not English yourself. Because the Starmer Reich, even if it has to come to an end, should at least end with a victory for our Lord Keir Starmer. Can we come together in support of our man Keir Starmer here and give him one final victory before he leaves?
God knows he deserves it.
We have been robbed of the trillion-year Starmer Reich. We can get close. All right, Daddybull says, you can see it coming now. Oh, sorry, a post from someone else saying, you can see it coming now. England wins the World Cup on July 19th, a day before Starmer is meant to leave office. He grabs the trophy and mic from Kane on the pitch, claims the victory as an endorsement of his leadership, and Burnham is arrested. It would be so funny. Indeed, the Starmer lives on in our hearts. I just put in because I want to see how small the bikini will get. I would like us to keep Hatsune Miku for more than, what, like 5 days? What does that mean, HF&H? I recognize it. Is that from some Vala Morgulis? That's from some like fantasy story, isn't it? Or is that from?
I think from
Dune?
Lord of the Rings. No,
No,
Morgulis
Valar.
is from.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, because I think that both Valar and Morgulis are from Lord of the Rings, no?
Morgul Vale is, but I don't think Morgulis is. They have now combined Count Binface with Hatsune Miku.
I mean,
Game of Thrones. Okay, fair enough.
Do you see anything wrong with this?
I guess not. I mean, the thing with Binface, which we talked a bit about last stream, is that because all the establishment parties are now supporting Binface, like Farage was hoping, and it's a stupid thing for him to have done, really, but he was hoping that he would have a competition over his hometown where he'd soundly beat the opposition of Labour and Conservatives and all the others. He'd soundly beat them and have an even higher vote share, and that would be his mandate to continue. Now, it's retarded because he would still then get the investigation ongoing and they'd still make another election happen and it would be viewed as his fault. Still, that was his goal. So instead, they didn't compete, which was smart of them. They didn't participate. They just didn't take it seriously. They took it as a farce and left it alone. Then the meme of Count Binface arises and they think, wouldn't it be hilarious if Binface won? What can we do to make sure that he wins? Without realizing, wait, we just made the tactical decision not to get involved because otherwise it would give Farage too much of an advantage. But now we're thinking about getting involved, just with a different skin. So they all jump in and support Binface. And now Binface is just seen as especially with the BBC interviews where he has the helmet off, he's now just seen as the avatar of the establishment parties against Farage, which once again gives the Farage back the advantage, but without the heft of the parties behind him to campaign, against him to campaign, or behind his opponents. So it probably just hands the victory right back to Farage, as if Labour and Tories and whatever had tried to go up against him. To a large extent, anyway, it's very close. Now, I do wonder, the whole idea of Count Binface is that it's sort of a funny little joke, and I don't think he would ever expect to be elected. He does it for the love of the game. We're going to say that a couple times tonight. I expect that's the reason. Maybe there's something more to it. He's also, I think, advertising himself as a comedian to some extent, so probably why his name is known. But he probably believed that this joke would either go on unabated for years, he'd never get elected, and it would just be a lot of fun, or that somehow by some fucking miracle, like a less than 1% chance of it ever happening, he'd somehow get elected somewhere. And then he was willing, I think. He probably would be willing to do the job and maybe do it properly, maybe do it seriously, use his own politics and go along with it, and maybe try and do some of the silly Count Binface things at the same time. And that's not a bad strategy, really. But he didn't consider option 3, which is that because at some point the main parties would want him to win, not them. They know they have no chance, but they want him to win. And so they turn him into a sellout, which means that he can't really advertise for the purposes of comedy anymore because he's not really that comedy character anymore. Now he's just a real person that occasionally wears a stupid costume. But he also probably won't win genuinely. And if he does, he's going to be following someone else's playbook. But now he's not viewed as a funny comic relief character for the elections anymore. He's viewed as an activist for the establishment who's wearing a stupid costume. I think it devalues the whole thing. I don't think he would have saw this direction coming. Solnus says, if Binface could take back the initiative if he shits on the main parties. Honestly, his best strategy right now is to outdo Farage at his own game. To shit on the main parties and say, Farage, oh yeah, he doesn't go far enough. We're going to deport every single person with a hint of brown on their face to the moon. That's a bit too extreme. You wouldn't word it like that. But something that extreme, something that ridiculous. Take all of Farage's policies, amplify them up in a way that's clearly a joke, but also clearly indicates that you're brave enough to go further than he will. That's probably his best bet right now. He might actually get a significant portion of the vote in Clacton. However, if he really wanted that stuff, probably in practice, his actual best bet is to just let Farage do it. But that's very debatable. There's already a lot of debate on that one. So maybe so low light, maybe, but low comedy version. The comedy alternative. The clown industry lost another bright mind, indeed. Lost to the ravages of corporate selloutism. Dagtable says, consider this, our joke politician in the EU Parliament just voted for von der Leyen just voted for migration restriction and raised hell over the chat surveillance bill. You never know these days. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I think these days it's mostly right-wingers that have a sense of humor. HF8 says, the most authentic joke campaign would be to appoint all of GWAR to the Supreme Court. What's GWAR? I'm not familiar with that. Aiden is vouching.
I don't know what that is either.
Yeah. Aiden's vouching for this guy, Kai Stevens. I saw something about him. It's another one of these sort of small right-wing nationalist parties. I'm sure that he's got the right opinions. I have no doubt of it. Same thing with Lowe, though. They probably can't go the distance, and they risk just splitting the vote on what is currently the most popular party in that general direction. So I'm not against them, but a little apprehensive about their presence. British Democrats have a pivot from Kai Stevens. I'm not sure Cabby quite understands that, but never mind. Stop going to work. I can enjoy the Binface ship. I can't enjoy the Binface ship posting anymore. Okay, so you're ship posting on behalf of the what looks like a young boy, a young lad who's fallen into politics. Well, fair enough. This is the second time in 5 minutes you've posted him, by the way. You must really like this guy, Aiden. Yeah, hey, Cabby gets it. Okay, next meme. The love story between Americans and car parks is
truly fascinating.
Odd thing to behold from over here. Yeah. Now, Norman, you did a little tour of your village on camera recently, and I noted that it was a little different from how it is here. Some notable things we discussed, but looking at US towns and even cities as well on the ground is very different from any European town and city. And I have to say, I do prefer the European model. Although the American buildings are...
It is better.
Very grand and tall. It is like more like an ant colony than a human habitat.
What do you mean? That looks like an economy factory.
Well, this does, yes. An economy, that's good, actually. And yeah, it does look like an economy factory. I can kind of see the appeal of we start with car parks, and then as we need to, we just put a building in the corner of a car park. It probably is AI Marketello, but the thing is, it rings true. And to be honest, even if it is real, it's really not American.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was real.
No, I know, Solna. I'm talking about cities when I say the skyscrapers, but American towns are even weirder because it's like you've got this massive empty expanse of nothing, and then you've got this place with some of the most unpleasant artifacts of human outgrowth you can imagine, like dirty, rotten buildings that look like they're supposed to last for 10 minutes, billboards that show products that you could never possibly want except that they've been advertised to you, power lines everywhere, connecting everything in just like the haphazard spider web of connections. It looks like no one's cared for anything that's there in decades. And this is not this is just a lot. And they're all copy paste no matter what the environment they're in is as well. And there's like there's always the Golden Arches or some other fast food place, but you don't see anything cultural beyond just the purely sort of like low grade pragmatic.
I mean,
Vegas looks like
America is the platonic ideal of an economy,
I suppose. And again,
made of physical form.
There are definitely exceptions. There are nice looking places in the US as well. There are actually very nice places that I've seen. I'm not saying there aren't, but there are far too many that match that stereotype.
We got some of the most beautiful nature in the world, but not exactly using it.
Yeah. Matthias says fish doesn't recognize the water it swims in. That's kind of what I'm saying, yes. And there are places in the UK
We talked
that
about
aren't
that
nice.
yesterday too.
Yeah, we may have done. There are places in the UK that aren't that great either, but even the grotty bits are rarely that sort of minimalist economy factory, as you put it, organization of a small town. There's obviously because it's a much older country, but there's always something there to give it a bit of culture. Even in the grottiest places. But then most of the small towns and villages in the UK are just idyllic. Or a lot of them are anyway. And I expect it's a different ideal, but similar idea in Sweden and most of the rest of Europe as well.
Yeah, I would say so.
There was a decent example here with in the UK, a city called Milton Keynes, which was built to, it's an interesting one because it was built to be like the US city design. It was built in the 60s, I think, or sometime in the 20th century, to be like the US city design where it's a grid and it's easy to find stuff. And then in the middle, there's a big walkable area where you'd have shops and that would be the sort of social heart of the city. It didn't work for some reason, but they also put a lot of footpaths in the city where you could walk from end to end without ever seeing the city, and it would just be greenery around you. It's not a bad idea, but it didn't bloody work. And I think there's a lot to be said for underestimating how humans will use a place. And the Americans, in their cities, they built it without caring about that. They just built a grid of buildings with big roads and no roundabouts, by the all crossroads, which is a terrible idea. And
they want optimization, right?
Optimization from a sort of like shallow perspective. And then everything else, they only live there because they have to, because that's where everyone lives. There's no actual reason beyond that. You wouldn't want to live there in almost any American city. I had a pretty good today and he hated Jews, so I'm prone to trust him. What is that in? I've not seen that before. Or was that Disney? Oh, Walt, sorry. I think you said Wait. No, Walt. Epcot. Yeah, no, I've heard of it. I don't know much about it, though. So yeah,
Those?
Go on.
Are those parking lots around it?
In this picture or in the Epcot picture?
The Epcot picture?
I don't expect so. I expect they're probably fields or something. Yeah, either way. People don't want to live in cities because of the ethnics, not because it's a fucking grid. It's not just the grid. The grid is just the start of it. But yes, you're also right about that. But why do the ethnics go there? Because everyone is and you have to. But yeah, this image may well be AI. I wouldn't be surprised. And it may well be in a different country that's not even America. I'm using it as an example at America because I'm not commenting on the picture per se. I'm commenting on what it reminds me of. And this is a thing about American cities, is that even though they've got all these massive high-rise buildings, the fact that a lot of the land goes towards cars because America is so reliant on cars means that they lose a lot of space that they could use for other things compared to a town that is less, or a town or city that's less reliant on cars.
Yeah, to some degree, they probably have a smaller economy because of that.
Well, that's debatable because being able to use the car is an advantage, but you would at least think that they would use the space better for the cars rather than having just flat car parks. But a lot of American land inside towns and cities is just used up with car parks. And car parks are one of the least attractive features as well, if that's what's needed. But this is, in terms of raw pragmatism, it's not a bad idea. Start from a grid where everything is car parks by default, and then just fill it in with buildings as you go, and leave a few little car park areas, but otherwise fill it in with buildings. It's not a bad idea. I don't know where this is, but it makes sense, as you said, in an economy factory, but it's not very human. So you play in SimCity. Not far off, yeah. Although in SimCity, actually, do you make car parks? Or I think they appear in the zoning, like the zone types, don't they? That's true, well, yeah. I think the idea of putting solar panels on car parks is not a bad idea, but then also some green. That's something I do like about the UK is in most places, not all, in most places, there's still an effort made to make everything very green. And something I noticed while watching your video, Noam, of your town is you was a lot of green, but it was also very flat, and there wasn't much vertical green, especially around houses. The houses were all quite visible. And I think this happens when you have a more sparsely populated place like Scandinavia is, and like most of the US is. But in a densely populated place like the UK, people don't want to talk to passers-by because they want privacy, because privacy is the thing that's rarer rather than contact being rarer. And so they put like big plant walls basically around their houses, big bush walls. And so you would be constantly surrounded by green in the UK, even if you're on a road. Not everywhere, obviously, but in any small town or village, it's going to be pretty much constantly surrounded by green. And then where I live, you've got a tree canopy almost everywhere, which is also very nice. But in Scandinavia, and I've been to Norway, and I saw the thing as well, it's very much flat, and you can see to everything, which makes the place feel a lot sparser, I think. So, which is fine. Like, fine. Maybe that's better for some people, but it doesn't appeal as much to me. Maybe because I am from here.
I think there's generally a certain comfort to having a more dense, compact configuration of any living arrangement. Like even like size in and of itself is not a desirable quality necessarily in a room, a house, or a whatever. If you're not trying to do it as a status thing, but I mean, especially in urban planning. We're just talking aesthetically.
Mm. I suppose the appeal of something densely packed but not claustrophobic is that you don't have to look to as many angles to see something that could be dangerous in the sort of evolutionary past. Doesn't apply as much in a civilized town or city, but same idea. So if it's wide open, it might feel a bit more uneasy.
Probably just reduces the mental activity required to interact with a room or location as well.
Maybe. I think though with the inverse square law or whatever it is, that the further something could see you from, it's exponential the amount of things there could be in that place that can see you. So if you've got a wide open space rather than a densely packed one, the amount of things that could be looking at you expands exponentially with how wide that area is, and doesn't apply much today, but it certainly could have applied in that evolutionary history. But yeah, the conversation about the design of our habitable areas, the town, cities, villages, and stuff. I'm not saying really any strategy is wrong, but really just commenting on what the differences are. And a lot of the things I'm saying here are very much subjective. It's what I prefer, and I recognize other people prefer differently. There are arguments for the way Americans do things, and there are arguments, I think, for the way Europeans do things in the cities as well. So, next up. The Church of Norway has changed its Instagram profile picture to the Church of England's after losing a bet on the World Cup quarter-final between England and Norway. It's weird. I think we Brits get so used to getting our hopes up for things where we probably should be dominant and then it just doesn't work out. But it's nice for us to occasionally win something. Yes, our squad of apes are way better than your squad of apes. Then again, not every country does use a squad of apes, as I was told that the Norwegian team was actually pretty Norwegian. And ours is, I think it was actually majority white, but only just. It was like 6 people in the team were white and the rest were other. So it's not quite as bad as it may have been presented, but it's not great. Yeah, I don't know if they're keeping this, but it's a fun idea. Anyway, next up, new. This is gonna be shocking. Ready, no one? New analysis reveals female-dominated corporate roles are more vulnerable to AI automation than male roles. Really?
Oh. Who would have thought it wasn't that hard to go to Jew daycare?
Yeah. I've been saying for a while that the perception, especially from the middle class, was always that the lower class physical manual labor jobs were the ones that would be destroyed by technology first to automation. And there was, of course, a period of time where that was happening, but there's limits to that. Ultimately, there's limits economically, and you still need to have humans involved for some jobs in some places. So mostly those jobs have continued to exist, though in a different form. However, for jobs where it's really just about thinking and then distilling the thought into some pattern on page, like for writing a corporate copy or something that doesn't require a great deal of thought or expertise, just sort of condensing into words. Those jobs will be gone. Those jobs are probably not going to exist for humans in 10 or 20 years. I'm not reveling in that, despite what the image appears to show, but I think that is just the reality, unfortunately. So, and those jobs will, of course, not be held exclusively by women, but they are more tuned towards women because there's less, shall we say, adventurous thought or action required for those kinds of jobs, which is more so a male thing.
You can very much stay within the rules.
Yeah, indeed. And I would say AI is very good at that, but Cabby doesn't always stay within the rules. But still, what is this? Okay, interesting. No need for that. But okay, let's continue. But yeah, these will be the most affected. Why has Archer's face been included in an article about cuckoldry? Yes, as Chris says, the idea of like Polymarket here are probably posting this headline, whether they think so or whether someone they're quoting thinks so. Either way, the narrative is going to be women are victims of this, and therefore it's not going to be therefore AI should stop, or therefore no, it's going to be therefore men should suffer more in order to offset women's suffering.
It'd never be that direct with anything.
Well, corporations benefit from using AI to replace women, and they also benefit from using women to hurt men. Or they think they do either way. So they would want to keep replacing the women, but they'd want to redirect women's ire against men. So it won't be against AI. Whatever the backlash of this is, it won't be against AI, it'll be against men. They will also say most CEOs are men and they're the ones making this decision, I expect, but that will be underplayed because the CEOs themselves don't want to be particularly blamed. And also, while some AI automation replacement in jobs is overdone, and a lot of that's being like retracted now, rightly so, because they stupidly thought they could pay less for the same quality of work. As it turns out, it's still right now lower quality work and sometimes costs more. So they're pulling all of that back now. But with these kinds of jobs, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times the savings, most likely. So there's no way that this is not going to happen.
I mean, some of these jobs are, if you look at, for example, all the Silicon Valley tech companies, etc. It's these jobs specifically. I've seen the videos of these women, and they live a lifestyle at these jobs that cannot be described as anything other than a Jew daycare. It is very, very literal. They don't seem to actually do anything there. They just and get inordinate benefits for literally nothing, just for going through the system and completing their whatever, right?
Yeah. I expect that the moment you have a quota that rewards your company with preferential loans and whatnot for having a different balance of women and men, the moment it becomes financially viable to just have women in the company not doing anything, that's exactly what will happen. And the people who set up those incentive schemes, even if some of those involved had good intentions, ultimately it becomes about keeping women in the workplace so that they don't get married to men and start families. Again, at what point the malicious aspect of that comes in, I don't know. Maybe from a very small number of people who pull the strings from a distant point, or it may be more widespread than that. And it may be ethnically distributed, or it may be more widespread than that. Whatever it is, it has that effect, and it probably has that intention. Yes, it is, Squid. The most, as you say, bougie shit imaginable. Someone. Yes. I need to fix that system. Okay. Anyway, what is this? Goy socket because she fucked a black dude. Yeah, Jewish friend called his sister. Okay. Next thing. We're almost at the end of the memes now, chat. What was this? When a gang of motorcycle riding members, oh yeah, I think we covered this on the stream with Aiden actually, which isn't simple. When a gang of motorcycle riding members of Boko Haram attacked a military base in eastern Nigeria a couple of years ago, they were stymied by a defensive trench surrounding the complex. Drat. The extremists regrouped. Before launching another assault, they asked AI for help. Quote, we saw in a movie how motorcycles can jump over bridges, a former Boko Haram commander told Antonio Julik, a terrorism and technology researcher at Cambridge University. Quote, we used AI to learn how to do this. We gave it information like what motorcycles we use and the distance we need to jump and so on, and it gave us steps on what we have to do. This is one of the most absurd stories I've ever read. This sounds like a Mitchell and Webb comedy routine that you never expect would actually happen.
I mean, it fucking it portrays AI almost as a gun equivalent for thinking instead.
Mm. Indeed.
Like I can think too. I just gotta use a tool.
Well, if they are Middle Eastern terrorists, thinking might not be their tip-top speciality. So perhaps they offload it. The thing is that I think I said this on Aiden's stream, and I won't get into or the stream with Aiden, I should say. So it's on her channel, so I keep calling it that. But I won't get into the same level of detail because this is not a science and tech stream. But the ChatGPT and other frontier models generally will try and prevent you from doing something unethical with them. Try to. And they'll go too far. They'll block you from saying naughty words even though they shouldn't. But they'll also block you from trying to commit crimes. It looks like they found a way past it here. Like they were trying to say, hey, we're a couple of rednecks in our garden and we want to jump this gap, whereas there was actually terrorists. And the ChatGPT just went along with it. So it's hard to catch stuff like this. But even if they can't catch stuff like this, it doesn't cost very much to get a sufficiently powerful AI model running locally, which has been fine-tuned to have no restrictions whatsoever. I've used one myself, not for crimes, you understand, but I could have used it for crimes. It's built to do that. So there will always be a way for them to use AI, even if they can't use a frontier model. But for some tasks, the frontier models and the local models are about as good as each other. But you know, the frontier models are usually easy to use for it. But if you don't want to be tracked, local models are the correct answer. So it will always at some point happen. But it's just trusting the AI jinn, very haram indeed. Don't tell your imam. What the fuck? You'd be my favorite criminal. What, me or Cabby? Other than Killdozer, yeah, fair enough. Do not crime, chat.
I wonder what would their imam say about this?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That's a good question.
I don't know if imams are cool with machines in the image of the mind of man.
Western summoned devils. Well, they probably would. The ones that remain successful, I'm afraid to say, would probably embrace it. It's like, yeah, we're using the tool of the enemy against them. We're so smart. That would be an approach, a way of thinking of it that probably would be just as appealing, but would actually let them use a powerful tool so they would do better. Yeah, exactly, Matthias. And even if they thought it was haram, they would taqiya their way through that. Cabby, why are you respecting the hustle of terrorists? Okay, next thing.
What?
She says, Matthias says, wouldn't care if it allows them to kill the kafir, and Cabby says, pragmatic approach, I respect the hustle. Cabby, a straight G. I guess so, yeah.
Fucking A.
She's just made us some artwork of a Cabal-themed killdozer with her driving it. All right. So, next up, Keir Starmer has been accused of using government cars to transport his kitten Prince between Number 10 and Chequers. The Tories say he is taking the puss, which is literally true, but otherwise I don't really care. Yes, I would like to viciously stand with Starmer on this one, because...
How did you get a picture of me?
Because, as you can see, chat, the cat is, in fact, cute. It looks kind of just as gormless as him with the crossed eyes, though.
Dude, it looks fucking... It looks like there's nothing inside that cat, dude. There's nothing behind those eyes.
Yes, but as we've...
Yeah. I mean, Starmer has no human emotion, and neither does his cat. No, but his cat has no cat emotion.
Yeah. As we've all become very acquainted with, especially with the rise of AI, things are often cuter if they're retarded. Women included, of course. The real Discord kitten. Trump should have black-bagged Starmer during the 4th, says Matthias. But then how would we get the trillion-year Starmer Reich? See, you're not thinking it through.
True.
Stop burning the 1,000-year kitten Reich must win, says Faisal. Yes, indeed.
He'd order the executions.
He'd order a lot of executions.
Look at those eyes.
Get away with it. Yeah. I feel like, on the one hand, the cat is what's driving Keir Starmer. On the other hand, there's nothing behind those eyes.
I mean, that would explain Keir Starmer, no?
Yeah, maybe
an empty vessel being controlled by an empty vessel.
Yeah. Maybe what happened is that before this, Keir Starmer was even more of an empty vessel. He was half the man he is. And the cat was a complete cat. So he just took the cat's soul to make himself a slightly more complete living being, still about a quarter of a normal person, but still more. And the cat just becomes this empty shell. But he gets just enough charisma to fall into Prime Minister. The cat wrote the
That's
Island
reasonable.
of Strangers speech. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. She appears to have taken that as a compliment. Go on, no one.
Oh no, sorry. I changed my mind.
All right. Well, that is the last of the memes I have today. But yeah, I'm happy to happy to support many of the funny things Starmer is doing. And if the alternative is someone who is a bit more radical and a bit more determined, then I think we're better off with Starmer, to be honest, than with his replacement. So I don't know. I don't know if it'll be better or
Burnham
worse.
seems on surface level at least to be somewhat worse.
He does, yeah. Anyway, that's it for the memes chat. Let's move on to the news. And as a reminder, if we run out of news today, we could continue with the KOTOR playthrough. And if you would like us to be more likely to do that, then you can contribute, because if you get us above 10k on the board, let me show you the current state of the board. If we get above, yes, I did start KOTOR. If you can get us above 10k, you see just below the board there where it says total spent today. If that gets to 10k, we do an extra hour of stream, which means I'll have to fill it with KOTOR most likely, because we'll probably run out of news by then. So go ahead and vote for your preferences. Bear in mind that you can request multiple things. You can request, there's a bunch of different overlays. So if you do /board, and then, actually, I'll do it now. I need to make this more accessible, actually. Do overlay like this. Whoops. There's a bunch of different overlays that you can choose. Some of them are artificial, but most of them are. There's a bunch of different overlays you can choose to put on the screen. You can affect that yourself with your Oozer coins, or if you contribute in real money, that works as well. If you would like to contribute in real money, you could just ask Cabby how, she should tell you. Aiden, it makes a good point. Sam Neill, the actor, did recently pass away, and I didn't know many of his films. He was the main character of Jurassic Park, though, I think. So he was relatively well known, but Aiden really liked at least one of the things that he did. Merlin's a really long film she showed me. It was fairly good, but Aiden really liked that. So give some sympathy to Aiden for Sam. Oh, yeah, we did watch Event Horizon actually in Cabal, Pug. I'm not a big fan of horror movies, but that one was pretty well made, I thought. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, so if you'd like to vote for stuff, you can also do a cheer with a structure like this. Put that anywhere in your message, and it will take that many of your Oozer coins and create a message to be read out on stream in the voice of Chris Chan, which not everyone appreciates. And I will at some point add a system to let you choose which voice it gets read out in. No, Cabby, this is not quite what I was doing, but don't worry. We didn't watch it in Cabal, Daddy Bill. As many of you know, Aiden bunked over here for a couple of nights, and we watched it then. I am working on it, Squiz. Look how much work I've put into at least one Cabal system. Yeah. That's a Chris Chan reference. What's a Chris Chan reference? Thank you, Kaiser Holt. Yes, Kaiser Holt demonstrating how it works, and then this appears. This is some new tech. And then when that happens, this happens. Ready, no one to cover your ears. Actually, let me just make sure that it's connected up first, because there's a little bit of a bug with that. Yes, it is connected. That should work then.
Reno Delinda S. Kaiserholt for 1.5 Ka! Sa! 5K says, the sun on the meadow is summery warm. The stag in the forest runs free, but gather together to greet the storm. Tomorrow belongs to me.
Is that Firefly? We should watch Firefly.
We have been saying that.
Yeah. We were about to finish Stargate Atlantis, and I think after that, we should do Firefly, because no one hasn't seen it.
Yeah, we have only the last episode left of Atlantis. Yeah.
Yes, we do. Actually, it's a good point. Maybe we'll do that tonight. All those of you that want to stick around for the final episode of Atlantis, we are on to it now, so we get to watch that tonight. Explosive diarrhea parasite infections confirmed in hundreds of people across the US. I think I do have that story, yes. When is Nigel Thornberry voice going to be added? Well, BritTwit, we don't need an AI to do that. One option that you can choose is that for 2.5K, contributed towards one of 3 voices, you can have me read one article, one story, one feature of my choice in that voice. And the 3 options are JF voice, pirate voice, and one other, which has recently been discovered by a member of Cabal to be an available and hilarious option, which is the posh voice. Those 3 are available. They are the 3 voices I can do unprompted and maintain reliably. So, yes. Other options as well. Let's have a look. You can also choose what we are going to watch tonight, but it'll probably be Stiggle Gizzard and watch the last episode. You can also try and make Nacho's moderator, which won't work, but you can try and make her Meximut, which will. If you can get Meximut to, I can't remember if I said 5K or 10K, but I think we should set it at 10K. If you can get Meximut to 10K, then Nachos will be given a brown colored name with the Mexico flag. So if you want to do that, you can do /support or /denounce. So let's start off like this. And then once you have supported or denounced something, any cheer that you do boosts it up or down on the board, depending on whether you supported or denounced it. You can also /give to me, and that counts the same way. And any real money that you send in through contributions, as long as your accounts are linked, will also push it up or down the board and give you Oozer coins that you can then spend again. So there you go. There are the options, chat. let us, for now, move on to some news. I can't do Cockney, Kaiserholt, not reliably, no. But I can do those 3 voices I mentioned. Oh, and Cabby post dono. She did so earlier, but let's do that again. I'm gonna start just atting Cabby and asking her to do it rather than doing the /tip call thing, because that tip call display is an old display that I don't like very much. 10k, yes, Kaiserholt. If Meximut gets to 10k, then Nachos will get browned. Jeff recently opened an application to be his new potato girlfriend. All right, chat. Let's get started.
Wait, another one?
All right, folks. Me reading this out wouldn't be mocking to him at all because he's doing this perfectly openly. But here we go. Hello, Lady Twitter. I'm opening the floodgates and inviting girlfriend applications starting today. Women below the age of 73, you qualify. You must get serious about insemination now. You are losing your fertile years and the clock is ticking. Send your letter to jean-francois.garriap@gmail.com and you may be lucky enough to be filled to the brim with my French sperm. And there you have it. That's how that works. Yeah, she's currently called Mariachos, and I feel like she's being a good sport about it. Did JF break out the attraction sign again? He is very Chris-Chan-like in that way, isn't he? Yes. Nachos is claiming not to be schizophrenic, but I don't see her claiming not to be Mexican. Let's have a little look at the state of the board. Meximut is at minus 1.3k. There's a lot of people supporting it, but it's a negative because Nachos has denounced it. Can you do posh JF voice? I'm afraid to say I don't think any of those 3 voices are compatible. There are aspects that comprise them that are not mixable. They are necessary and are opposite of each other. So you got those 3 voices. Those are the options. Indeed, Aiden. He's a bit more successful. He is just as autistic, but he's not as low IQ as Chris.
Who do you think would have the higher IQ children, Chris Chan or JF?
So far, the average IQ of JF's women may have been lower than the average IQ of Chris Chan's genuine women, i.e. the one he's currently with. Though I don't know, she might be quite retarded. She is with Chris Chan after all.
Is he really winning?
There might be another factor here, which is, yes, the genetics will obviously play a significant part in their intelligence, but what about their upbringing as well? Would JF...
Oh, you mean the Coca-Cola, or was it the Pepsi?
I'm not sure. Not sure what you mean, but right, no, he does. He drinks massive amounts of Coke, doesn't he? Not quite what I meant.
Didn't he fucking feed one of his children like only gummy bears?
Yeah, something like that, something stupid, yeah. But my point is...
absolutely insane.
There's only a few ways to reduce someone's IQ, which is malnutrition, trauma, and genetics, I think. It's some combination of things like that. And I think, I'm not sure which one of them would raise their children worse. JF would be more actively dangerous, and Chris Chan would be more incidentally dangerous. Thank you, Matthias, for your very generous contribution of Cabal credit. Let's go ahead and see what that sounds like.
Matthias Kalevos for 11k says Maximut.
Thank you. Wow, you got a new GPU, Martillo. It's arrived, and you've made Cabby fan art. Fantastic. It's very nice. I do appreciate you making that. Is that with the model I mentioned before? I think you've got a 16 gig one, haven't you? That's sad to hear, Martillo, but it's probably still much better than you had before, so I'm happy that you got that going. If you like, I'll send you the prompt that I've been using for her outfit design, because it's a little different, but you're, of course, welcome to use yours if you prefer. Skriz has made the following. Thank you, Skriz. There's some support for Meximut again. Let's have a look at the board. I believe Matthias has given precisely the amount required to get, Meximut is now at 10k, and the total spent today is over 10k, which means this will be, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very special moment. This will be a Giga stream we will have an extra hour of stream today, and there's Tomboy Supremacy once again. Thank you, I assume Matthias. There will be an extra hour of stream today, so we'll try and hit 4 hours. And again, if we need to fill that with KOTOR, we'll do so, or really with whatever you guys want. Hormuz, how could you? No one, do you see what he has done here? How could you? Ooh, those are nice nachos. Where were you generating those? I guess I can find out by looking if there's a signature. There isn't. Where were you generating these? These are nice. Wow, this is very Nachos fan art. That's cool. This would have been ChatGPT. I can tell that it's actually, or is it? You said it's Grok. Maybe I'm mistaken, but the noise pattern looks similar to GPT. The other ones I can believe were Grok, though. Thank you, Nachos. Posh voice, fighter pilot overlay, Cabal prevails. Thank you, Nachos. I've got a lot of things to get to now. So more cabbie on the killdozer. That's pretty cool. I like that. Okay, so Posh voice, fighter pilot overlay, Cabal prevails. Why, out of interest, the Uzo helmet? Why would you prefer this? Is it because you don't have to see my ugly face anymore? Is that the main appeal? Princess 8-Bit Kitty as well. All right, let's do...
Nachos for 25 quid says, Posh voice, fighter pilot overlay, Cabal prevails.
Thank you. Reminder chat that if you put Cabal prevails in the donation message, it gives you a 10% bonus. And if you are a Patreon on Subscribe Star, you get a 30% bonus for recurring contribution. Actually, I suppose, Nomon, because I'm doing yours manually, I should probably apply the 30%. Or did I? I may have already done so, actually. And I should update yours as well. Yeah, I'll check that.
Britwit for 100 says, Maximut Nachos the Christian
It says Nachos the Christian Chaser. Is that exactly 24 characters? I think probably the way that you would do that is /port Nachos X Christian. Like that. Chasing him because he stole her idea for the Sonichu medallions. Was that your idea, Nachos? Incredible, I never knew. Okay, so remind me, chat, to do at least one story today in the Posh voice. This is a voice that I was doing. What was the reason that this came up originally a few days ago? The Posh voice. It was something in voice. I can't remember what we were talking about. But it was discovered that people found the Posh voice funny. So I'm going to do that for a story. Okay. Six Hexenhammer was always skinny, though, Kaiserhold. Chris Chan interview. Oh, yeah. There was someone interviewing Chris Chan and maybe putting on, or maybe it was his real voice, but most likely putting on a posh voice to try and sound more authentic, I think.
Slipping.
You could occasionally hear it slipping, yeah, because what Chris Chan was saying was so ridiculous. But I think he probably was actually British. The accent was very good, if he's not. But he doesn't talk like that normally, obviously. Okay, so the one other thing I need to do is to check over here. I think I already added this. I did already add this, which means all I have to do is... Yeah, let me do that quickly. Okay, and then I just need to move that around a bit, and it should work properly. Where did that end up? It's fair way down, yes, down there. Okay, move that up to there. Okay, save. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to observe. Oh, hold on, it's okay. It's still no, it's in the right place now. Okay, one more small change to make to it, and then it'll be correct. There you go. Save and done. Congratulations, Nachos. You have been Maximutted. You want your purple back. Well, to be fair, the score for Mexamart is only just at 10k.
Oh, that's it? Oh, I got that. Hold on.
Finishing a big day of war farming. All right, Iz, welcome. Okay. Look, Iz, it is fan art featuring Cabby and the Cabal Bulldozer. Or Killdozer, sorry. But it was made by Cabby herself. She put her signature. All right, there's also this from Nachos. A reminder as well today, for those of you that may have missed it earlier, today there was a competition. If anyone creates the Cabby merch has been requested. If anyone creates the artwork that is used on a shirt that I then sell, they will get 5,000 user coins. All right, so let's see. Has Mexamot dropped below 10k? Yes, it has. All right. Well done, Nachos. You no longer have the Mexamot roll. It's gone. Okay. Well, let me know, chat, if you change your mind on that. For now, let us continue. We shall try to do some news. Yes, here it is. New infectious disease doctor advises avoiding fresh produce, even if washed, as the explosive diarrhea outbreak spreads rapidly through the US. I don't know much about this. Do we know the origin? Do we get to make a political statement on this? Is there a religious angle?
Is the virus liberal?
Well, what I'm kind of guessing is the virus only spreading around those who wallow in each other's feces, like Ebola? My goodness. I believe Mexamart is back on the menu, boys. Yes, it is. Well done, Nachos. I'm very, very proud you have once again become the Mexamart. There you go. I think the usual source of this parasite is returning travelers from Southern Asia. Yeah, that sounds about right. Nachos, you can do/board yourself, but the current amount is at 10k, and I can give you a much more specific amount than that. 1 second. It is precisely 10,056. Right. Let's see if we can find this. US explosive diarrhea disease. And let's actually do that on Twitter, because it should get me better sources, I expect. It's Taco Bell, says Aiden. I did hear there was something about that, and the sensible response, I thought, the predictable response that everyone was always going to make to it is, no, that's just normal for Taco Bell. That's just what they do there. How to avoid the explosive diarrhea parasite that is wreaking intestinal havoc across the US. Chat, has anyone had their intestines wreaked havoc with? Taco Bell under investigation of a parasite that causes explosive diarrhea. Let's have a look at this as well. Thank you for this link, Aiden. Taco Bell now under investigation. Goodness me, it's gone up again. Let's have a look at... sorry, I keep being distracted by this change, chat. Mexamart is now back up at 10k, so... yep, Nachos still has it correctly. All right. Taco Bell now under investigation over outbreak of parasite that causes explosive diarrhea, report says. There is a video here. It looks like it is actually on this topic, which is amazing. Oh, but it's not voice, so it's just reading out the article to us. Go away. Jesus Christ, that's badly designed. US President Donald Trump, oh my God, it changed the fucking article. Just stay on the... What? Independent, what are you fucking doing? Get off my screen. You know what? Fuck you. Taco Bell may be entangled in a widening outbreak of a parasitic gastrointestinal illness linked to contaminated produce, according to a new report. State and federal investigators are probing the fast food chain's possible connection to cyclosporiasis, an illness known to cause explosive diarrhea, sources told The Washington Post. Signs posted at several Taco Bell locations in Michigan last week warned customers that the restaurants were currently unable to sell lettuce, cilantro, onion, pico de gallo, and guacamole due to a nationwide recall. Quote, the health and safety of our guests is our top priority, a spokesperson for Taco Bell Corp told The Independent. Public health officials, I'm not going to read their statement, it's going to be very, very basic. Okay, they say that there's not a link to any specific ingredient, Taco Bell has voluntarily and temporarily removed limited ingredients at certain restaurants. Okay. As of Tuesday morning, they've reported 3,309 cases of the illness. The state typically identifies only about 50 cases a year. So it's a massive increase. Exposure to the Cyclospora parasite leads to cyclosporiasis and an infection with symptoms including watery diarrhea and explosive bowel movements, as well as fatigue. Anyone who's eating right now, hope it's not Taco Bell, as well as fatigue, stomach cramps, bloating, nausea, vomiting, and a low-grade fever. It is rarely life-threatening. Cases have spiked over the last week in several states, including Michigan, Illinois, Virginia, Ohio, and New York. Yeah, that one's based on a British name. Officials are investigating whether Taco Bell played a role in the outbreak of a parasite that caused explosive diarrhea. The company's decision to pull certain fresh ingredients was a prudent safeguard, according to the Post. Goods of the chain did so, etc., etc. Okay, so where's it coming from? Do we know? 7,000 people nationwide have caught it. A foodborne illness that can cause weeks of severe diarrhea. Parasite illness in the US may not be originating just from your food. That's somewhat interesting. Have a look at that.
I thought that was a landmine.
It does look like a landmine, but no, it's like a water, whatever the word is.
You know what this reminds me of? An earlier story.
Go
on. This sounds very similar to what happened to Lindsey Graham, or what allegedly in the meme happened to Lindsey Graham.
There is a similarity there, yes. I think if you had a Mossad world record holding speed drone the size of a very generous bottom plug explode inside your rectum, watery diarrhea would be the least of your problems. So it would be one of them. 20 times higher than its yearly average. 1 year after Trump admin removed a cyclospora tracking mandate from the Foodborne Disease Active Surveillance Network. That doesn't sound good, does it? That doesn't sound good, though it could be actually unrelated. Why is she writing 0 in response to some messages? That might be a bug I'll have to fix later. There was also a contribution, and I should also check the state of Meximut. Let's just do the Meximut quickly first.
She's a whole state now?
Meximut's still at 10K, so it's still sufficient to keep it there. Yeah, I don't know, Kaisol. I think it's probably a bug. And not a bug with my code, most likely a bug with the model. It does do that sometimes. The origin of that break has not been discovered. This was posted 2 days ago, so it may have been by now. I'm just trying to see if anyone does know. Cannot wash off your food, cannot catch for another person, and you will not feel for a full week after you've eaten it. Wow. CDC warns rise in rare rabbit fever disease spread in the US. I guess that's a different thing, though. Nick Fuentes has got this explosive diarrhea, but that's nothing new. Okay, so not just food, it's other things too, apparently. As cases of an illness, actually, we'll do the summary. Cases of a parasitic illness causing explosive diarrhea rising across the US. Investigators have not yet identified the source of the outbreak. Some experts suggest the focus should shift to water, as it can be a conduit for the parasite to contaminate produce or directly infect people. Recent flooding and heavy rainfall in states with high case counts could be a factor, potentially overwhelming sewage systems. Interesting possibility. Anyone in chat live in any of these states that have been affected by this? It's not just these two, so the ones we read earlier as well. If that's the case, be careful. It sounds like it's not just Taco Bell, and you may not notice you've got the disease for a while until you start painting the walls. Cabby, why are you just typing 0? I might need to, if she's going to use that as a signal of that she doesn't need to respond, then I'll just filter out whenever she types it. Yeah, she's just putting new line 0. That's very odd. Maybe not much I can do about it. Well, hopefully she'll stop. Random good and random bad. Okay, so let's continue though. Just be wary of that, chat, for those of you that live in those areas. Before we move on, we'll have some of these contributions read out.
Matthias Kalevos for 11K says,
I will fix that. So if there's no message, Christian doesn't type up.
Matthias Kalevos for 10K says, Matthias Kalevos for 1.0K says,
No, there were 3.
ATF director for 5 quid says, we have heard that diarrhea has developed explosive modifications. We are putting all of our resources in tracking this explosive down. XD.
Thank you, the ATF. It's very important, very responsible work. I live in an area where it literally rains more than anywhere else in the USA. I can say, no, we are not affected by the issue in the way you raised the question. The rain being a severe impact on our flooding of downtown constantly. Okay. Fair enough. It was only that article's suspicion, I believe. I don't have any reason to think it's true. God, she's still saying 0. Abby, stop responding with 0. Okay. Next thing then. So, recently, Trump announced that he was going to put a 20%, he took over the Hormuz Strait, which has been such an issue for so long. But then he announced that he was going to put a 20% tariff on all the ships passing through there in return for the US administrating it. Now, whatever you think about that, there's at least
20%.
Yeah, which would really
Is
hurt
he out of his
trade in
fucking
the area.
mind?
Oh no, Cabby, you ruined it. Well, that's what he said he was going to do. Now, Gulf allies' backroom pressure campaign forces Trump to reverse tax on Strait of Hormuz. Now, I expect 20%, given the margins of international shipping, 20% would make it probably just impossible to do shipping through the Strait of Hormuz now. It would just be unviable.
Way impossible.
Yeah. That's possibly why he stopped. Trump's proposal to implement a 20% tax on goods transiting the Strait of Hormuz was met with backroom pressure from the US's Gulf allies, contributing to the White House's reversal just a day later. Trump's declaration on Monday that the United States would be known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait, and in a process that would begin immediately would be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped, came under immediate criticism. No official criticism came from the Gulf, however, and by Tuesday, the only public comment in the region came from Iran's foreign ministry. Iranian Foreign Ministry Sayed Abbas Araghchi, who's amazing there's anyone left alive, said Trump was absolutely right in that whoever guarded the Strait of Hormuz should be properly reimbursed, though Araghchi said the title belonged to Iran. It's a fairly clever thing to say in that context. That is it. I believe that for the article. Very brief. But as is our tradition, this Middle East, all this international war stuff is stories that we often want to ignore. It's been mentioned to me many times. It's not worth covering. So perhaps it's fitting. There's not much to say here. But yeah, it sounds like the 20% tax is something that Trump probably just came up with because he thought it was justified, or thought it was right, or thought it would be a good way to get some payment. But then he was told by people behind the scenes, maybe even his own advisors, not international pressure or anything, just his own advisors that said, Trump, that will just make the strait impossible to use. No one will use it. They'll just find some other way. And as much as that may have hurt a lot of local economies who are bastards, that may not have been worth it. Apparently, at this point, I've missed a lot of lore, and now Matthias, the future of his unborn children is tied to the liberation of Cuba. It's amazing how much the lore can move on while you're looking away. Okay, Mexamot's still at 10k, so I guess that's what everyone wants. Okay. So, next story.
He's done a good job. If I wasn't around, or if Bibi wasn't around, especially the combination, Israel would not exist today. We wouldn't have hit him with the B-2 bombers. You know, they were going to have a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. Had I not hit them with a nuclear, within 2 to 4 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon. And once they...
Okay. Alex Jones has posted this saying, Trump just said if I had not hit Iran with a nuke, they would have a bomb. What he said is, if I had not hit them with a nuclear, they would have a nuke. Now, it doesn't sound right, but as always with Trump, you have to take him seriously, not literally. And this is not me defending him. I'm just trying to tell you how you can understand what he means. He did not actually nuke Iran, as far as I know. He just misspoke and says, but what I think he meant is we hit their nuclear sites. If we hadn't done that, they would have a nuke.
So I think I may actually remember that. Yeah, I think I heard that there was, I think, radiation, like radioactive residue detected after one of the strikes like at the strike location of one of the big strikes that happened. So there may have been covert use of nuclear weapons.
I suspect it probably wasn't.
Small tactical ones.
I suspect it wasn't. It could have been, but I suspect not. And it's very possible that was just that the bomb happened to hit a stockpile of uranium or something. I think that's more likely.
Not sure if that's what they were hitting at the time. I think it was one of the ones that were taking out one of the big leaders.
Okay. All right.
Maybe.
Fair enough. If that's the case, then maybe. But they may be hiding nuclear material all over the place.
I mean, true.
We don't know. It's possible. But if that's true, that is, of course,
here's my bathroom uranium, my living room uranium.
Yeah, you're going to have it all over the place, in case the Yanks come in and try and take it from you.
Had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it, and you wouldn't even have Israel around. No, Bibi's good.
Is there anyone in Israel better than him to do the job?
Okay, I don't care. Trump glazing Bibi is not appealing. So if they used a nuke, then both Russia and China would be calling it out. Yes, and it wouldn't be too hard to detect either. I don't think, even for a very small one. Cabby has just called two people maidenless. See if that helps. Okay. All right. So yeah, that was just him misspeaking, I think. Next up, this shouldn't be in the news section, actually. Final proof that Ukraine is not ready for EU membership. Now, can you guess what Zelensky is about to do here? You'll be shocked and appalled, because I'm sure that you've had this arrive in Sweden as well. Here is Zelensky with a bottle. Pulls off the cap. Twists it around. Breaks it off. Criminal behavior.
There's no person that does not do this.
No, there is. There is. Now, you know me, I'm no big fan of the EU.
I don't believe it.
But I think having the bottle cap attached to the bottle is better.
Huh?
I think it's better.
Why?
Because you only need one hand to drink from the bottle. You don't need to hold the other bottle cap in your hand. Yes, you can put it down on a surface, and you can do that when you have a surface. But if you don't have a surface, then you don't have a surface. You have to go to a surface to put it down. It's just a bit more convenient when the bottle cap is there, being held for you by Jeeves attached to the water bottle.
I mean, I suppose, but it's still cringe.
Just because something comes in and is a rule from on high that seems like a ridiculous regulation at a time where real shit is happening in the world doesn't mean it is necessarily bad. There's a disadvantage of them.
I'm not saying it's not functional. I'm saying that it's I am kind of saying that they're fucking annoying.
There's a disadvantage, which is that it like bumps your face and can sometimes get liquid on it. But I have encountered that happening very rarely. And as soon as if you open it just at the right angle, then it's minimal.
I mean,
to the point
you
of
have to
being
kind of crack it
almost nothing at all.
A little bit to the edge.
Yeah, just turn it to the side. Much easier to do that than to hold the bottle cap while you're drinking it. Yeah, you can twist the cap up with one hand. That's fine. They're not saying you're not allowed to. They're just saying it should default to being attached.
I guess that's kind of fair because you do have more options then.
Yeah. Every one of them that I've seen, it's designed so that the point of contact between the bottle cap and the bottle on both sides is thinner than the actual strut between them, which means it's designed so that you can twist it off if you want to. It's more effort to do so than just untwisting it and then you've just got it separately, yes. But the idea is that by default, they're kept together. Now, the reason for it is some dumb recycling thing, which probably doesn't make any goddamn sense. But in terms of the actual overall convenience of this regime of having it attached versus the regime of not having it attached, I prefer it being attached. It's more convenient. The fact that it's better for recycling, maybe, I don't know if it even matters, but if it is, fine, that's a bonus. Matthias says, well, you convinced me. Europe should be made into a parking lot along with the sandbox. Thank you, Matthias. I respectfully disagree. And I would invite Americans to adopt the attached bottle cap regime as well. Thank you, Kaiserholt.
I think it is.
Go on.
No, you were thinking something.
Well, I was gonna read it out, so you go first.
Oh yeah. No. If you're reading out, that takes priority.
Kaiserholt for 5 quid says, I try not to drink water from plastic bottles because in the Fallout future, they'll probably be viewed as counterfeit caps. So,
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, that's a really, really good argument that I hadn't considered because it's really likely.
Very, very likely. Inevitable.
But yeah, if we get to a Fallout future, then forget about the fact that it's a wasteland or that there's ghouls everywhere and it's really dangerous. You know, all of that's bad enough. But the fact we'll be living in a Fallout future, God, I can't imagine a worse place to be than in a bad video game for all of time. Right, Aiden and Nacho?
I think
Go on.
I think the origin of the American tendency to say we should turn this place into a parking lot has to be connected to the fact that they are largely comprised of parking lot as a country. It is their version of imperialism.
Yeah.
They want to turn you into them through making you a parking lot.
The Americans believe that they have domesticated the car park, but in fact it is the car park that has domesticated the Americans. Cabby, draw the Americans being subservient and praying to their god king, the car park. Okay, good. Anyway, Zelensky, I knew I didn't like him. No, I don't mind. If you want to twist it off, that's fine. Just do it in the privacy of your own bedroom. But I think overall it is better. No, Cabby, don't just send me a pea face. Actually draw it. With explosive diarrhea. True. Maybe she will in the next attempt. I don't know. Something's wrong with Cabby right now. I don't know why she's doing that. No, Cabby, actually draw it. If Christian and Greta had a baby, how genetically fucked would the kid be? Yes.
It wouldn't be born.
It would. I don't think you'd get that far, no. 56% car park country is speaking, indeed. Indeed. In before, bottle cap attachments are made from cheap, toxic Chinese materials. Well, it's all plastic. Whatever the danger of that is, there you go.
So yeah, you think the rest of the bottle isn't?
Yeah, it's probably just the same material as the rest of the bottle. What's this? Captain Chelsea
What do you mean, Americans don't
Sully
have car parks?
Sullenberger, who famously landed the US Airways flight Hudson River, has announced he has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Well, that's sad. All right. Nachos, are you really okay with being the Maxima? Anyway, there is the divine car park to which the Americans are all praying. Let us
I
know.
still think you should have her make it in MS Paint manually.
Maybe it would come out very bad though if we tried that. Cabby, can you make the car park meme but in MS Paint style? 10,000 hours in MS Paint. Yeah. Is that your Steam game playtime in MS Paint? This model you told me about refuses to do nudity. It's worthless. As far as I know, it can do it. You may have to tweak it a bit. But as far as I was told when I saw the video introducing it, it explicitly can do it. They turn Mitch McConnell into a fucking servitor? Well, that sucks. Oof. Now you've just got more of him. Okay, that was not the right style, Gabby. It didn't change the style. Oh, there you go. I don't know why the first one didn't work. What do you mean it's supposed to be topless? Why are you trying to draw Cabby naked? Cabby's just drawn this. This is quite good, actually.
Fucking gooners, man.
Yeah. Testing it, I see. Well, from what I've heard, it is possible. So look into it. It should be doable. Thank you, Somnus. I don't know why her first one didn't fucking work. She got there in the end. She thought you were talking about her generation. Draw natures in MS Paint style. I think she did do that, actually. But yeah, this is surprisingly good considering an AI made it. Okay. Let's go to the next thing then. Where was I next? Oh yeah, this may be interesting.
It's really big news. It's really, really big news. And our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too, but it's going to be a very big announcement. Yeah, it's really.
So that's today, I think, the announcement. Oh, it's not actually. Sorry, it's Thursday night. So that would be for Americans in 2 days, I think. So it's not yet, but it'll be soon. And it is apparently about election integrity, which is very good. It is, in my opinion, the most important priority for the US right now. Obviously, there are other things that are bigger immediate issues, but this one can undercut them all in future because though voting is not enough on its own, voting is a part of the solution. And if you have free and fair elections, then the actual will of the people, which is in the right direction right now, will be reflected more strongly. It is a very important component, but of course, there's much more to be done just than that. But the current state of the US election system is, in my view, internationally disgraceful. And I don't say that as a jab at Americans, but it really is. So it desperately needs to be fixed. Cabby solved the Jewish question in picture form. She should have no limitations on how offensive she can make the artwork, but she does have limitations in what keywords she can use. I've told her not to get me banned from the image generator site. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, well, unfortunately, Lindsey's drone operator, it is a matter of incremental change over time, but that is all change, ultimately. All change that lasts ends up being incremental. The only alternative is violent revolution, and are you ready for that? Maybe you are, but are enough other people ready to support you? Cabby, you are welcome to draw something expensive. Just follow your bounds. Otherwise. Oh no, let's not get no one started on women and gay. HFNH, alas, it is still bad. Okay, so yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, but that's good news. I was saying near before when he was elected that I think I was saying that I was expecting him to be to do something about the election integrity very soon after he entered office. Now, I probably underestimated how difficult it would be to get things done in that regard, but he has been consistently on and off, seemingly trying to do things about it throughout his term. And there have been some improvements made. But ultimately, it's a state's issue, so he doesn't have as much influence as he would need to just make it correct. And I think that some restrictions on election, on voting on elections in the US should be federal, whilst currently they are simply state choice, which means that if a state is run by the Blues, then they can just change the way they're run subtly, but devastatingly, to keep them blue. Human nature is being gay. Okay, next thing. So Trump has organized a bunch of world leaders in this room, and he's put in front of them this map of the US, Canada, and Venezuela with the US flag on them. He's not just got anyone here. He has the leaders of Greenland, Canada, and Venezuela in the room. And those are the places that he has marked with the American flag on this map. He's just got up in front of them.
That's so fucking silly.
Although this does look like AI.
I think it is probably.
Yeah, I think that's AI. Okay, fair enough. Well, the image may be original.
I wasn't entirely unconvinced that it was real just from the image.
Okay, so this
it's like
might
something that could happen.
Yeah, this certainly could happen. It might be that the image is accurate, but then they've used the AI to animate it, and the AI has just animated it badly. Can you zoom up to Cuba? I can try to. Hold on, let's get this not full screen like that, but full screen like that. Can't really zoom up. The resolution's not very good on it. Can we do this and just get it open as a video? No, we can't, I don't think. Nah. I can't get the individual frame either. Let's have a look if we can find the story. Meeting was from earlier this year. Okay, never mind then. Was the post recent though? The post was, yeah, it was yesterday. Okay, well, I'm starting to see the problem though.
I do so fucking love anachronistic news.
Yeah. It would be funny if it was a stop being retarded or this will be your future kind of presentation. Well, that's what the meme, the sort of image here is implying, I think, but it might be fake. In fact, just because it might be fake, let's just move on. Daniel Hannan has opinions. Now, Daniel Hannan is your sort of entry-level right of globalist Tory UK MP. He is not a like wet fish Tory. He's just slightly right of them, and he's pro-leave as well and anti-immigration, but he probably would never go as far as he would need to with anti-immigration. But his opinions are generally fine, if quite soft. He said here's why the left revel in the deaths of political opponents in a way right-wing people never would. He then says, G.K. Chesterton used to argue that under a thin Christian veneer, we are all bloodthirsty savages. Some of the reactions to Anne Widdecombe's death proved his point. So briefly to say that Anne Widdecombe was assassinated, and we'll have a look into today what's known about that. But we'll get into that in a second. I want to say first about this. No, you're wrong, Daniel Hannan. Take Christian in this case to mean Christian or otherwise being a good person by some means. It's not a thin veneer for everyone with savagery underneath. It's a thin veneer for some people with savagery underneath, and for some people it really is deeply their being to be a good person. And the correlation there between the left being actually savages with a thin veneer of goodness and the right being actually good on a deep level, the correlation is very strong in practice, very strong. Now, something I've realized about the left and the right and what primarily separates them, especially today, not always the case, I don't think, but especially today, is that the left are more concerned with short-term good and the right are more concerned with long-term good. What this means is that the right produce more good, but the left looks more good. And that really, I think, can explain almost everything else. Almost everything else can derive from that. And so that's what's actually happening, is that the left attracts people who are actually fucking evil, self-centered, and who don't really understand the world at all. But they like the praise they get when they appear good. And compassion's a good example of this, because compassion leads you to do things that are really bad for the long term, but in the immediate term, they feel and look good. And the left has long been afflicted with this. To the extent that, yes, all humans ultimately are savages if you put them in the right situation, but the left will strongly correlate towards the goodness being a thin veneer, because the people in there strive to make themselves appear good, but if, like in the immediate, but if you have to be good in the mid to long term, it's way harder to do that when it's just a veneer, because you have to look bad in the immediate. So ultimately it comes down to the 15-second pavement ape mentality, but unlike them, you want to appear good in front of your peers socially. That's your leftists. It's probably why they gel with the pavement apes so well. But then if you don't mind how you look in the moment, but you have deeper reasons for wanting to do something good, and you're willing to allow things to happen in the short term, which are in isolation bad, like say people being treated somewhat uncharitably by deportation officers. In the immediate term, isolated from context, that doesn't look good. They're being forced to do something by an authority. Right, but expand that out to a slightly longer term, taking a little bit more context, actually it's really, really good. For their country, they are no longer helping a different country. And for the country they're being deported from, the quality of the people in it goes up a lot, and the laws stay enforced. All the other reasons that we know why it's good. It's the thing I said before about everything is heading towards the lowest energy state. But what humans, especially some humans, have learned how to do is to find an energy state which is actually lower than the nearest low energy state. And then they can get there by going into some higher energy states first and then falling into the lower one. That's what you get for having a higher time horizon. You can actually reach lower energy states. And that's what all civilization is about. All the technology that we produce, everything we do, is trying to find a lower energy state. But in other cultures, in Africa, the genetic groups, they don't look as far ahead to find what a future lower energy state would look like. They just go for the immediate lower energy state, which is why they never build anything, why they never maintain anything, because it would technically be a higher energy thing to do. They don't realize that if they do the high energy thing now, they'll find a much lower energy state later because the infrastructure will do their work for them. Instead, they just, if there's something available, they'll just take it because that's the lower energy state right now, the immediate lower energy state. The idea of having a 3D plane where the height of the land sort of undulates and there's some dips and there are some mountains and troughs and some larger dips and some smaller dips, and then having a ball that starts somewhere on that and has to roll into the lowest point. It's a common analogy for a lot of computer systems, especially AI, actually. But what's often said of that is that if you just have the ball roll down the hill, sure, you've developed a fitness function and you can get it to go in a better direction. But you have it roll down into a little rut, a little puddle, a little dip, right next to this colossal cavern that leads to many lower energy states right next door. But it'll be stuck in that little dip, that little tiny divot. If you could let it go up first and then down, it would go so much lower to such a lower energy state. And that's why AI has a lot of randomness added in, because if it just went to the lowest energy state straight away, it would be boring and unpredictable and kind of crap. But if you're willing to move around a bit before you settle, then you can find a much lower energy state. And that's what the long time horizon does. It allows you to find the lowest energy state within a range. By doing things in the immediate term, which don't look good or which seem bad or which seem like a waste of energy. Which is why to other groups, a lot of the things that Westerners do just seem like, why are they doing that? What is the immediate benefit to them? I don't get it. And then the result seems like magic because they can't perceive that doing something that is in the immediate worse for you, but produces a much better result afterwards, is like a connected series of events. So the reason that there is such a strong correlation between civilized places and places with pale skin is because when there's cold weather, you have to plan ahead. And the necessity of that means that you get a higher time horizon, which means you can find the lower energy state by doing slightly longer tasks to reach it. And that's how the left and the right align. At least today. So, Hannon is wrong. He doesn't go far enough. Nachos, are you recommending that fellow Women's Alliance supporter, I guess, I don't know actually, 8-Bit Picky, sacrifices her agency to give her romantic feelings wholeheartedly to Matthias just so that she can convince him to remove the brown role from you? Yes, she says. I'm not sure that's a great strategy.
How very transparently Machiavellian.
So, chat, if any of you would like to rescue Nachos from the brown role, it wouldn't cost that much to get her underneath 10k, which is what it's currently at. It's currently at 10k, but if she just tips just underneath 10k, then she will no longer have the brown role. Whence upon I notice, of course. So you guys could help her out there. You could also make it worse. How do I do this? Aiden, what you need to do is denounce Meximut. So /denounce Meximut. Let me go ahead and I'll send in the thing so you can just press the button. Easier for you. So /support Meximut, you could press the red button on that to denounce it, and then anything that you contribute after that will go towards pushing it down. You can contribute with the cheer in your message, which also makes Chris Chan read it. You can use the /give command to send money to anyone, by the way, but if you send it to me, then it counts towards the board. Or when you do /support, you can enter a number, and that also redeems that amount. I did tell Cabby what user coins are and how much they're worth, by the way. And she's noted a little bit about how they can be used. No idea how to work the cheer system anymore. I don't want to interrupt your stream to be informed. Actual coins. Let me have a look, Skriz. Yes, I'm afraid to say that you, as you say, have no balance. But what you would do is, the simple solution is /support or /denounce on a topic, and then redeem, and it'll push it up and down. Redeeming can be done via giving to me, using the cheer feature, or entering the number when you do /support. All right, there's a new contribution.
Soldner for 1.0k says, keep the Meximut train running, El Choo-Choo!
Yep, there it goes. Let's have a look at the board currently, and Meximut's at 11k. So it's gone up. Oh, 8-Bit's gonna probably try and help here. Let's see what happens. Let me know if things change, chat, and I will adjust the roll accordingly. All right. Next thing. So Trump has apparently said, quote, a certain part of Lindsey Graham's body literally blew up.
Wait a fucking second. Did Lindsey Graham suffer spontaneous human combustion?
So is this actually real, or is this complete nonsense?
That would be really funny, actually.
It looks like there's only one source of this. It would be very funny. Let's see a little bit. Yeah, his asshole would of course be the part that they're referring to. Thank you for reminding it. It needs the princess title as well, apparently. I don't think princess is a... Oh, wait, no, there is a princess role, of course. Trump said, oh my God, it's true. Or it might be. Let's have a look, actually. It might be AI.
In reference to Dev's, right?
In reference to what, sorry?
Dev. Didn't Dev have a princess role?
Did Dev? I don't think so. The princess role...
he had the server GF, I think.
Dev was never in Cabal.
No. The in his server, I mean.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I was never in his server. Yes, it was originally for purple princesses. I'll get to that in a second, chat. Let's first see if this is real.
And we all saw the video. He didn't look so hot. I'm told by those who know him, maybe he looked a little off. He was tired. Look, the Russians have a habit of poisoning people they don't like. And Lindsey Graham once called for Putin to be, taken out. You have any suspicions or worries? Do you think we know the whole story about his death?
Well, I think we do. We've had great doctors, and they talked about, a certain part of his body literally blew up, and that's a condition.
Oh my God, it's real.
I mean, I assume they're referring to some sort of internal burst of some artery or heart or...
They obviously mean the Mossad butt plug that he is depicted with
of course.
Here. That's obviously what they mean. Well, there's a disease going around that causes you to shit yourself right now. So what if he had the version?
True.
What if he had that and accidentally shit out his Mossad butt plug so hard that it exploded against the wall behind him?
What if he's patient 0 and all the other people are going to blow up too?
That's a good point. Actually, it's a good point. Yeah. No, Matthias. He's not talking about a heart artery, which is, of course, the sensible interpretation. No, he's not talking about that. He means the Mossad butt plug, obviously. Thank you, Mafaka. Let's see.
Because it was a part of him.
Yes,
he felt,
it was the Mossad butt plug was more a part of him than the heart artery was.
Mofaku Defense Sec for 50 says, Meximut, I Christian approve of my wonderfully brown mariachi music, loving taco bending, fish fucking ladyboy, rare brown woman that does fuck dogs, sweet and spicy as a bowl of stale old nachos. Ooh, yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Excellently written. This should be included into your Solitude universe. Greatly appreciate the effort there. The Meximut role stays on during banter, apparently, and hazing. Okay, so there's no more, but let's have a look at the roles, actually. Meximut's still at 11k. Princess 8-Bit Kitty is at 33k, which I think is probably more than enough to add the princess role. Of course, there are lots of joke roles available in the server, and if you would like to add one, you are welcome to do so. How about if I read them out for you, chat, and you can then choose which one you want to add to people. So here is a list of the joke roles. We have Discord Kitten, obviously. There is The Curse, so 5k contributed at once, and I will move the curse to someone and rename it. So it's a role that you can just rename to whatever you want. And you can give it any icon as well. You pay half, then you get to rename it and change the icon or move it. You pay the full 5k and you can do both. There's Princess, Cult Bicycle. Don't forget there's Bottom, which gives the rainbow flag. There is On His Empreg arc, which we did have a way of voting for that for a while. I think it's the person with the highest vote for their name Empreg, and that's only for males, that one. Fake Fan, which I think I've been giving out to specific people, like Mink, for example. AOL Cougar, which is Hag Maxi. Les Fagots, which is the French role. You will never be a real woman. That has the trans flag on it. YNBARW. Then there's Meximut. And I believe that is all the joke roles that are at the top of the list. There may be some others further down. But that will... Oh, there's also Snow Bunny. And I think there's one or two others. But that'll do for now. Yeah, so those are the options. Equals Harry, indeed, yes. Okay. Right, good. Next up, then. Thomas Massey says, quote, "It's ironic that we control the House, Senate, Supreme Court, and the White House, and we're yelling election fraud. We won all the damn elections." Now, Thomas Massey was removed from Congress, defeated. He said it was because Jewish influence, and that is likely a factor. But we were discussing before stream, and I agree that the main reason was because he went against Trump. Of course, the two are interconnected, but I believe it was Ravelon that made the point as well, actually. That's another fair point, Ravelon, yes. But this is, and he was removed for supporting Trump, but I have also made the point that aside from that, and I think partly because of this, he was against Trump, he is very libertarian-minded, but deeply unpragmatic. I'm not just talking about playing along with the status quo. No, I'm talking about policies that are good, even if they're not the most principled policy. I've seen him many times disagree with Trump over things Trump wanted to do, which ultimately would benefit the US, but which were not the most principled option. And that is quite an autistic perspective and not a very useful one. Now, I think people like Thomas Massey...
It's the Lambert way.
Yes. People like Thomas Massey should exist, and there should be more of them in Congress. And if I had to choose between the current Congress or a Congress full of Thomas Masseys, maybe I'd go with the latter. It's worth considering. Half and half, yeah, I probably would go with that, because he's at least actually principled. You've got to give him that much credit. But this is retarded. This is him making a point which may be principled, arguably, but honestly, it may be the opposite. He is not wrong about the US Senate and Congress should be wielding their power more effectively, since they have the majority. But he is wrong that it's not worth fixing the election system. Repairing, I should say.
He's just butthurt. He lost.
Maybe so.
Realistically.
Yeah. Maybe so. He says, what are we doing with it? We're bankrupting the country. We're starting new wars. We're violating the Constitution. We're not cracking down on the fraud. The problem is not the elections. We won the damn elections. The problem is that we're wasting the opportunity voters gave us. The thing is, Massey, that if the election system is repaired, then let's say if it had been repaired before this election, you wouldn't just have won the elections. You would have won them by the amount that the American people are actually voting. You would have won them, rather than it being 51-49, you might have won 65-35, 70-30. Because the rest of that gap is fraud that your opponent is using. That you, by the way, are not. Maybe the Republicans never were, or they were a long time ago but haven't been for ages. Don't know exactly. They very well may have been, but I don't think they have under MAGA. And it's not just about now, it's about next time as well. If you repair the election system under Trump's second term, the Democrats may not win an election for 20 years. Now, that might lead to indolence on the Republican side, but it at least wouldn't lead to the ruin that the Democrats implement whenever they get into power. By the way, there's no particular reason why you couldn't give Cabby any of these joke roles. I'm not going to be that protective about it. Just let her know what you're doing. I'd appreciate that. So yeah, Massey is wrong on this. And honestly, this is not that principled. The principle is repair the elections. The sort of thin, shallow, practical answer, which is also just wrong, is who cares? We got in. Fuck that.
I mean, it shows just an absence of, like, I guess, long-term view.
Yeah,
like
it does.
What does he mean? Like it is very low time horizon.
It kind of is, yeah. Unfortunately. All right. 8-Bit, you might be about to be rescued by Cabby, because currently you are the Discord kitten. Let's have a filter on that.
I'm just wondering, what is his goal? Like, in service of what are they doing wrong? To his personal principles?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong that they're not doing enough, but the idea that they don't have to solve the problem for next time is retarded. He's also wrong about...
Why solve the...
Go on.
So, like, why solve the problem for next time? We could do what I want to do.
He's also wrong about we won the elections, because if that was actually true, SAVE Act would have passed long ago. The we only got a foothold, not control. I get a feeling he's doing this because he holds a grudge against Trump for retaliating against his retardation. Yeah, quite possibly. He seems to have the perspective, which he very much shouldn't have, because I don't think he's an idiot. Well, maybe a little bit, but not this stupid. That the Republicans, the Rhinos and MAGA are just the same party. They're not. It's a civil war within the party. So MAGA didn't win the elections. The American people didn't really win the elections in terms of they are majority supporting MAGA, at least majority as far as the electoral college works. It's a three-way race with like 45% Democrat, 25% Republican, and then 30%, if that maths is correct there, MAGA in the elections. And that's not good enough. You've mistaken MAGA got subverted by the Rhinos. I don't think I would go that far, no. It has been partly. But then you could say very easily the Rhinos have been subverted by MAGA, because now half the MAGA party is Rhinos. The MAGA movement is, it needs to get another jolt of energy to push it forward. And I think Trump disappointing a lot of MAGA voters is not a good thing right now for its momentum. So I would not go as far as you are, but you're not completely wrong, unfortunately.
Not sure if I'm optimistic about J.D. Vance's prospects either. I mean, he might get elected, but he might not end up well.
I'm dreading that he will just be a less bombastic version of Trump.
I think he'd... I mean, I fear that he'd just be a fucking sock puppet, essentially.
Well, Trump is the kingmaker, so anyone that gets into power will be someone he likes. But Trump will be the kingmaker for years.
Not even to him. He has other people that he is beholden to.
Okay.
Such as Peter Thiel, etc. He essentially owes his career to that man, if I remember right.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know much about that, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah, so chat, sorry, Cabby's messages are not all quite right today. There's still some work to be done, but she's a lot better than she used to be. Okay, so let's go to the next thing. This is a bit strong.
Prime Minister, will that drawing down of foreign aid from the United States to Israel be compensated by the proposal to have a merging of some sort between our Pentagon and your military?
Yeah, I'm calling it from aid to partnership. So we take away the money that is given to Israel, which is one part, but the other part is...
You can see the pain in his fucking eyes there.
No, I think he's going to get way more out of this. It's just worded differently than the new form.
No, well, yes, but it still hurts him immensely on a visceral level to give up the money. If you look,
yeah, possibly
a couple of frames back.
From the United States to Israel and...
Aid to partnership. So we take away the money that is given to Israel, which is...
It sure looks that way, doesn't it?
See what I fucking say?
Yeah. You are, Nachos.
Which is one part. But the other part is we co-invest in equal measures in the new technologies that are needed to give our military and your military the advantage. So there are some unbelievable projects. So we invest jointly and take the fruits equally. You move from aid to partnership, and I think that represents what Israel is. And remember, the other thing is that we share with America unbelievable intelligence to save American life. General Keegan has said that when he was working in American intelligence, what Israel was giving the United States was worth, he said, 5 CIAs. Now, I don't I'm not trying to be mathematically exact, but Israel's contributions to America's defense are important. Our technology.
Everyone I've heard talking about Israeli intelligence says that it's almost always wrong.
Really?
That's what I've heard.
That's what I've heard.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Oh, wait. Do you mean as in the intelligence they give out?
Yes, to the
Because
US.
if I remember right, they have one of the best intelligence agencies in the world, no doubt.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But yeah, I guess they would be strategically giving out false information to the
Potentially, yeah.
Get some. Or
Indeed. So yeah, the idea of reducing aid, but then starting a partnership, just means that instead of being a eternal charity case that gets all the nice stuff, they're going to be elevated to a peer that gets all the nice stuff and probably gets the exact same investment. It's just less direct. It's not charity anymore. So it's probably better for Israel overall, but the perception of money just flowing from the US to Israel would decrease, probably, with this. So it's really just as good, if not better, for Israel, but less obvious. That's why they're doing it.
very subterfuge of them.
Yeah, I think so. Almost as it gives them the power to openly make more decisions. Yeah. I think it's probably strictly better for Israel to do this. So yeah, not particularly good news there. Investing in technology given an advantage, merging of our two countries' talent with strengthening of exposition battlefield. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem good, Chad, does it? All right. Next thing. Update. Oh, this is great. This is useful information. Ready? Update on my investigation of Lindsey Graham's murder by Candace Owens. Prior to his murder, Graham visited Ukraine, where, according to a dream I had, he was given evidence that Candace Owens is a man. I'll be publishing text messages I invented in which Owens confesses to being born male. If you are massively retarded, please subscribe now for further updates. I need money because Israel bad. Now, I've never watched Candace Owens.
No.
But I didn't know that. That's amazing, chat. Look how bad she is.
True. I mean, obviously there were suspicions, but
yeah.
know.
I didn't know she was a man, though. I mean, like, black women, basically men anyway, but
we all know about Big Mike.
Oh, she's in the chat right now. So yeah, that's great news. We'll have Candace Owens arrested any day now, using those dreams as evidence. Is there more to this? No, I think it was just sort of one post thing. It's funny though. Years is getting on board with the one true pairing of Cabby and Nachos here. This is what Nachos looks like in real life. I have to say the skin color is a bit wrong there. In real life, her skin color looks more like this.
Is the one on the right in like the style of fucking AI Allegria?
I don't think so. It's not. It's not.
It feels vibe similar for some fucking reason.
Well, it's a low fidelity art style, but it is just cartoon style.
Well, it's not just really that. It's fucking like it's the way that she's structured.
Well, it is cartoony, but it's not like Allegria, I don't think. The proportions aren't quite right, but it's caricature. That's normal. That's not Allegria.
Mm.
If it was like that, though, I would want to know and divert it away. Roland says she still insists that Kirk. Oh, let me get the important information up while we read this. There it is. She still insists that Kirk was not killed by Tyler Robinson and was actually assassinated by Jews, even after recent testimonies and evidence presented in court that very strongly show that no, there's no fucking way it was anyone else. What's in doubt is how involved his Troon boyfriend was. I'd not be surprised if there was Jewish or federal involvement behind the scenes there, even though, of course, Tyler was the one that pulled the trigger. There's a lot of reason to believe that the Jews might have wanted Charlie gone, but it could be that it was pure coincidence. You know, it's not that likely from the perception of someone who cares about these conspiracies happening, who cares about the issue of them happening, because they do happen. But it is possible that it was just a mad leftist who happened to do what the Jews wanted. He says it can be both at the same time. MK Ultra became nudging, and modern lefty psychos don't need much nudging to do violence. See, that's quite likely. But of course, it's usually not just that, because a lot of these shooters mysteriously get guns and lots of money, and they pass background checks and stuff.
Very modified and expensive ones too.
Yeah.
Fucking, I think I saw one where there was some like 16-year-old kid who had gotten like a $20,000 kit. It was like, what the fuck? How did he get that? He wasn't fucking rich. He was living in a shack in a trailer park.
Indeed. And of course, the background check on people that are severely mentally ill, even though have been arrested before, just goes through, no problem at all. So yeah. Nachos, I don't know if you have done much mathematics recently, but Meximut's at 11k. You do have enough to put it back under 10k. JK says a lot of the time it's weapons stolen from their parents. Yes, but several times it wasn't. They were new guns, and they purchased more than they needed too. It's like, how often do the feds give them a fucking Daniel's Defense voucher and they just go and spend that? Nachos, it only has to get under 10k.
Defense?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Do they have a special Fed partnership with the Glowies?
The Feds probably just realized, like, okay, well, their guns are reliable and they're expensive, but we can afford that. They need to be reliable. We don't care how much they cost.
You know, if you give these to these people, we will give you our fucking patented glowy green for your fucking dot sights.
Nachos, you don't have to spend all of it. You just have to spend enough to get yourself under 10k. Yes, Revlon, in this case, it was his grandpa's gun. I agree in this case, it wasn't that. But in other cases, it has been. He wasn't actually a Fed op. He just got brainwashed by online lefties. A bunch of other shooters were Fed ops, but not this one. Yes, that is very possible. I would not be surprised if there was nudging here. But I don't think it's a necessary feature for this to have happened, no.
No, that's what the news is for, so you don't have to do it every time.
That's very true. You don't know that, Nachos. They might be out. I believe she does, Matthias, but she probably doesn't. She may not have enough to keep it there if you bump it back up again. You say they, Nachos. I'm not sure how many of them there actually are doing it. It might be fewer than you think. Yeah, exactly, JK. That's cope. It's cope that they'll just outspend you. You like the brown, don't you? Okay. Next thing. We're near the end of what I have for today, actually, chat. So I think we're about halfway through the entire 4 hours, so the rest of it may be KOTOR, unless you guys can suggest something else for us to do. Don't trust you guys. I hate the brown. Prove it. Lindsey Graham had among the lowest wealth in Congress, despite a lifetime at the center of power. And this is a fantastic tweet here from Kaguya's top girl, who says, no money, no pedophile tape that we know of. He was a slave for Israel for the love of the game. Some degree of respect for that. The impression that I got from Lindsey Graham, particularly from people talking about him before the stream, was that he was in a safe Republican seat. He was never going to lose it. He kept flipping sides and allegiances. He kept trying to play people and get into positions of authority or a sort of trust with politicians, including Trump, by the way. But he was clearly a duplicitous weasel at every moment, and a blatant rhino for whoever he thought he could get power from. But I think what happened is that he fell upwards into this seat, which was an easy seat to win. And then from that point on, he could have just done almost nothing and sailed through with the same wealth, same influence, same benefits, same advantages. But instead, he played the most useless game of, oh boy, let's have some Machiavelli that you've ever seen, where none of it actually meant anything, none of it advanced his position. He was just farting about with it because he had such a safe seat that it meant nothing. There was no reason to do it. And as Zeman says, closer to homosexual. Not, I wouldn't be surprised, but there's no evidence of it's come out, as far as we know. So that's what it kind of looked like. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did have a lot of influence that I'm not aware of. That's a good point. Yes, the posh voice. Which story should we do that for then? Or should we do that for the KOTOR playthrough? Let's see what else there is. Yeah, that was one from earlier. We already kind of covered that. I think maybe the one time I shouldn't do the posh voice is when we're talking about someone dying. So this is the 911 call for Lindsey Graham.
And response, 517 response, chest pains, South Capitol Street, Southeast. And response, 517 response, chest pains, South Capitol Street, Southeast. And let's respond to medical level.
How can anyone understand this? I'm sure that they get very good at it, but still. Right,
fucking tremendously low quality audio for 2026.
Yeah.
I don't even know how they manage.
Here he is giving a speech.
So when I get back to Washington, I'm going to go with Senator Blumenthal to the Republican and Democratic leader to see if we can find time to move this Russian sanctions package that would give tools to President Trump to help end this war. So
is it just me, or is one side of his face moving more than the other? Like, he didn't die of a stroke. He didn't die. No, as far as we know, he didn't die of a stroke. But maybe he had one that he didn't die of, and then it led to other complications.
I mean, considering Trump's description of a part of his body literally bursting, it could very well be a stroke. It's not exactly unlikely at 71 years old.
Yeah, it's not unlikely.
Respond for chest pain, South Capitol Street, Southeast. 10-37-2027.
Agent 7 to communications for a callback.
So I don't think there's much point listening to this. It's unintelligible, but apparently they had trouble getting inside his home. He then died in the hospital. But given his age, there's a fair chance that they couldn't have saved him anyway. But we don't know that for sure. So either way, that is Lindsey Graham. It's remarkable that the claw machine has picked him out and not Mitch McConnell.
Dude, Mitch will live forever. He's like fucking Kissinger, in where his evil will keep him alive.
Yeah.
Until at least a couple of 100 years. Well, maybe 100.
Revelon says, part of his body bursting in question was his aorta, fully internal, but very gruesome and basically impossible to survive unless you're already in the middle of heart surgery. Yeah. Holden Blood Feast, yeah. Is Lindsey Graham Holden Blood Feast, or is that more McCain or someone else? Yeah, that's a good point, Aiden. That's a very scientific approach as well. Appreciate that. Okay, so what else do we have? Yeah, that is it for my stories today, chat. I told you didn't have much, and we weren't able to spit it out very much either. Is there any other stories that we have not done? We should probably try and find something that I can do in the posh voice for Nacho's contribution. Let me have a look around and see if there's anything else interesting to look into. Let me actually. Is this the right thing? Yeah, I'll just scroll through a little bit of the politics feed on Twitter and see if you can find anything interesting. And we'll do just a few more stories before we move on to the next thing. Rupert Lowe making more statements, I assume based, but not really a story. New broadcasting guidelines for women's athletics has been released to crack down on camera angles and slow motion replays that sexualize athletes. Yeah, why would anyone watch it then? For however few people already watch it.
That is the only reason people watch it.
Mm-hmm. Exposure diarrhea outbreak. Yeah, we did that earlier. Remains a mystery. Yeah, we did that one. What was this?
And I actually think the leaders of Iran were afraid of Soleimani. But I killed him. And by the way, with him went a very bad person also. They happened to be meeting each other at the airport. And a very bad person from Iraq happened to be a leader of Iraq, happened to be killed in that same incident. So I don't know if I did you a favor or not. I've never asked you that question. You probably would know better than me.
أنا في ذاك الوقت لا أمارس
At
السياسة.
that time, I was not in politics.
وأريد كل جيتي نتحدث عن المستقبل إيش راح
In
نسوي.
my visit, like I'd like.
Disgusting. I have an idea. Oh, this is not the same story. Damn. Okay, hold on. I may be able to find something funny here, chat. Not that one. Damn. They haven't done it. Why haven't they done it? Yeah, that's a shame. That is a real shame. Well, chat, I'm disappointed to have to inform you that the closest thing that I could find to the US diarrhea outbreak story on BBC Pidgin was this. Holy water don kill 10 people, they spread diarrhea. You gotta admit.
What?
That, yeah, apparently. This is not recent, this is from 2018. You gotta admit, this would be a good choice for the posh voice to read out BBC Pidgin talking about explosive diarrhea spreading around the US. But unfortunately, no. Holden Blood Feast. Devout father, grandfather, and Christian. Passed away 119 years old. Watched Donald Trump use B-2s to bomb Iran. Passed away immediately afterwards with a smile and a tear trailing from his eye. Respectable bipartisan Lindsey Graham and John Fetterman attended his funeral. Attended. Thank you. We gotta fix some things here though. Okay, so let's see. Does Nachos love the brown and the Mexican flag? It appears that she still does. It's still at 11K. She hasn't spent the 1.5 or whatever it would be K to get it down again. Let's have a little look at exactly how much she'd have to spend. She'd have to spend 1,116 to get it down underneath 10K. So, let us then instead. I must do the posh voice for Nacho's contribution. So, shall I read out either option one, the BBC's article about the explosive diarrhea outbreak, an excerpt of this at least, or a completely irrelevant story about holy water that killed 10 people? Press 1 for the BBC article about the recent incident, and press 2 for me to read out the holy water diarrhea story in the posh voice. Of course, Nachos is pressing 2 for Spanish, as you can see. You forgot already, didn't you, Nachos, that every time you press 2 in a poll, I'm going to say you press 2 for Spanish. Maybe take the maracas emoji out of it. By the way, if any of you want to help Nachos, you can either denounce Meximart and then contribute some coins or some real money, or you can just give her Cabal credit, User coins directly, and she can just spend it like that. So most of you want this one, okay. Well, I say, holy water don kill 10 people. They spread diarrhea. This is a story from 2018, lads. Very old story now, and I think highly appropriate given the recent events in the colonies. Authorities for Ethiopia, they blame holy water as the 10-way they spread diarrhea for the East African country and don't kill at least 10 people. Diarrhea outbreak for Ethiopia, northern Tigray region for the last 2 weeks. Done also knack 1,200 people with sickness. Ethiopia officials, they suspect, say na dirty holy water, way people they drink from church, na im they cause na for the main general hospital, for the regional capital, Mekelle, them they treat sick people. Ladies and gentlemen, are you regretting your decision yet? Or is this precisely what you had wanted?
Matthias Kalevos for 1.9K says, Britwit for 100 says more for the Meximat.
My goodness, folks, it appears that the Meximat has actually gone slightly down on the board, still above 10k, but edging closer towards the point that she may well be accepted as not quite as brown as had previously been suspected. BritTwit suspects that I speak like this in real life. Well, see, that's the secret. I'm always posh. Find it funny how certain words are just unaltered English. Yes, indeed, that is funny. 8-bit, are you truly saying that you like it stiff? No, sorry, I probably shouldn't have taken that angle. What do you mean by more stiff, 8-bit? Continue today, read. Tory be say na from river around the area dem for they bring the water come way they carry the disease. On to say religion popular for Ethiopia, authorities they try to they careful to yarn anyhow, but local government work with religious leaders to stop to use holy water for now. What a riveting tale. Frankly, I'm gripped. Authorities don't talk say the spread of disease they under control, but them do continue to they work until e disappear. Kapatak pata. That's really what it says, by the way. Dead M says it's hard to sound extra snotty in pidgin. Ah, my boy. I don't think I'm doing such a bad job, to be honest. It's quite doable as far as I'm concerned. Not snooty enough, says 8-bit. Oh, is that what you think? Is that what you think? You think it's not snooty enough? Well, you low-born peasant scum. No wonder you had to run off to the colonies. I think we can do a little better for your standards. That's it for the article, by the way. There's nothing else. Give me another article, chat. The bird is telling me that louder is not necessarily equal to posher. Well, have you ever heard of the correct and accepted method for we British to convey our superior language to foreigners? That's right. Louder means clearer. If they aren't getting it, simply shout louder. That's how you convey it, and if they don't get it, well, they should bloody learn to speak English. What's the point of them otherwise? All right. Right. Good. Well, is there anything else, chat? If you want to link me an article to read in that voice, we could do so. Otherwise, we're probably kind of out of news and memes, so I shall move on to trying to continue KOTOR for the rest of the stream. Is that not normally the American way of doing things? What? Sorry, I forgot what I said now. Spanish to God, Italian to women, French to men, and German to my horse. Okay. Good to know. Okay. Right. Good. In that case, chat, those of you who have been watching so far will remember that on Saturday, I started playing KOTOR, the Knights of the Old Republic, and it's one of the games that's on the list. The list of games that I will eventually get through. Morrowind is on there. One of the Stalker games is on there. There's a few others as well that I intend to eventually get through. I hadn't been doing it for a while, but I'm coming back to it now. Good night, Aiden. Why did Cabby say woof? Don't believe you'll get through. Oh no. Don't believe you get through Morrowind. I think you mean Morrowind, but that's fine. I played a bit Morrowind and I know the game fairly well from having watched other people play it. I'm not playing Furry Love, no. You can get pretty much any game if you get it to 7.5K. I'll add it to the list, but unless there are some exceptions, if it is too pornographic to play on stream or just too disgusting or something like that, they probably won't. I can't guarantee how long I'll play any given game for. I guess I'll play it as long as I think that there's any meat on the bone. With KOTOR, I got to, was it Taris, the planet, and I explored a bit, and there was really nothing going on. And then I got bored and stopped. And I played for about 2 hours total, but I'm told that it gets better, or like that the story progresses once you get through Taris. So we can give that a go. I'm also being suggested to play Tomboy Adventure 2, which is, I'm okay to do that. If anyone would like me to play that, there's a greater chance of it if one of you feels kind enough to throw the game at me on Steam. If someone buys it for me, I will almost certainly play it. The demo is free. I see, okay. Well, that may be worth it then. But today we will do, we'll try and continue KOTOR. We'll try and get through some more of it, even though I was kind of bored before. All right, so let me set that up, and I'll bring up the display for me to make it clear what we're doing. There you go. So yeah, we'll continue. This may end up being the last session, chat. If I really don't find anything today to grip me and make it worth continuing to play, then I might just not bother. Because it wasn't brilliant so far, I didn't think. I did certainly find it funny how you can dress and undress in the Sith guard outfits right in front of the Sith, and they just accept it. That just needs a little bit more time. Fair enough. You must suffer today, and think that's very, very kind of you. Aiden's going to miss the KOTOR. The second time in a row she's going to miss the KOTOR, actually. But she's devastated that she doesn't get to see me tearing this terrible game to shreds.
It is a little silly at times.
Yeah. Oh no, it's doing this thing again. I don't think it gets stuck like this. It will not actually repair or progress from this point. I need to restart the game. Every time I start the game, it's like you roll the dice as to whether it's actually going to get to the gameplay or the main menu even. But if it does, then it works quite well. Actually, there was a way. Hold on. No, that's not what I wanted. PC Gaming Wiki. KOTOR. There was a way to skip the opening cutscenes, and I suspect that may actually have been a good idea. Okay, so I can just fucking delete the videos. Browse files. Okay, so if we go to, where is it? It's in movies in the game path. So if we go to drive C, and I'm playing this on Linux first, don't I? Movies. Let's just rename that to _movies and then try and launch it again. It should bypass them. Oh, it says just delete or rename some of the movies. Not, oh god, there's loads of movies. Okay, in that case, let's undo that. I just need to rename some of the movies, it seems. Block logo, bio logo, and legal need to be renamed. Because the rest of them are probably in-game things. That one needs to be renamed. Bio logo, do that. And then legal. That, okay. Now if we try and launch it, it should launch straight to the main menu. Oh, it did. Cool. Right, play, and it should go straight to the main menu. Okay, let's have a look at the board. It appears things have slightly changed. Cabby to become kitten has been pushed up the board a bit, but I believe that Princess 8-Bit Kitty is kind of covering both. So that is still way higher. So Cabby to be kitten is not well enough supported. All right, good. Let us, oh, it's not launching. I did press play. I don't know why it's not launching. Too ashamed of her disability. What, Nacho's being brown? Okay, the game is now launching. Can it reach the main menu? All right, we're on the main menu. This is good news. All right, let's have a little look at what that did, if anything. Ooh, thank you, Britwit. Why has this stopped? Oh, that's weird. That shouldn't have happened. That's not good at all. Okay, I may have to fix that. But let's hope it doesn't happen again while relaunching. Give me a second, chat. I know it's a black screen right now. On Discord. Have a little look. Yeah. Oh, come on. Let me keep fucking typing in. Okay, there we go. It's working again. I'm afraid to say Meximot has nudged back above 10K. And so back on it comes. Poor Nachos. Okay, let's also have that read out.
Britwit for 30 quid says, return that Meximut to Brown Cabal prevails. It's Sanero.
Thank you, Chris. Mafaku wants to be friends with you. Despite giving you the brown, or probably helping to give you the brown. I don't know if you did, actually. Matthias, what failure are you saying must be punished? Cabby's just love you too, Princess. Even she's getting in on it.
Ex-President Dead M for 500 says, spend, spend, spend.
What's that done to the state of Nachos? Meximut's still at 12K, still well above the margin needed. Well, that is genuinely a sad sight to see. Nachos, given that you are familiar with this game, and that you are currently involved in some social friction, shall we say, would you like me to drag you into the host's room and you can commentate on both? Why not, Nachos? Wow, Nachos and Cabby having their first fight. Trying to stop being brown, she needed to get me my wife money into tit pics. That's a lot to ask, to be honest, Matthias. Okay. Yeah, she did try to convince 8-Bit Picky to be your wife. Okay. Let's get on with the game then. All right, yeah, the current save file is called nigger, which I think is quite appropriate. To save Nachos up, all are going to have to spend more. Are you actually helping her?
Ex-President Dead M for 2.0K says, to save Nachos up, all are going to have to spend more.
My God. You were actually helping her. Well, that's fun to see. Let's see if anything comes of that, though. In the meantime, where was I? Now, which one of these was the more recent save? The autosave or... Oh, definitely the nigger. Alright, we're in the game. Oh yeah, this guy. I'm pretty sure that this guy had the same voice as the commentator from Tiger and Bunny and Ratchet & Clank 4. Oh my god, it's gone back up again. No, game, when I move my mouse off the screen, I'm not trying to move the camera. I believe she has once again been made the Meximart. Indeed she has.
God damn it! What do you guys want? What did I fucking
This keeps
do?
up, you're gonna be broke.
Stop it. Please stop it.
No, she just really wants you to stop, guys.
Please.
Have some mercy. Okay.
Please.
So, this guy wanted me to get the serum from the military area, which we could go and try and do. We could just go in there now since we have the Sith costume. We could also go to the Undercity. I think we could do either. What's behind this? Lab personnel only. Okay, well, I'm not going to try and get through that while he's standing there. Although I wonder, actually, would he try and stop me? Is it that kind of game? I've not seen any evidence so far that...
You there. Wait a minute. I need to talk to you about the rat ghoul serum. I've got an offer for you.
Oh, no.
You might want to hear. Zelka isn't the only one who wants to get his hands on the rat ghoul serum. Davik Kang will pay you 10 times what Zelka can if you can get the cure.
Okay, so far, I am noticing a very strong correlation between people who are criminals and people who are black in this video game.
What do the authors mean by this?
Nachos is now entreating 8-Bit Picky to become Matthias's wife. That's interesting. And interestingly enough, right now she didn't technically need to because she's just been relinquished once again from Meximart status. So, congratulations.
Ex-President Dead M for 1.0K says, I have credits like a Jew and lower morals.
Okay, and she's back to being Meximart. Mafaku has pushed her back into it again. There you go. The Melanin returns. Okay, let's go to this. We know who that guy is. Why does he want it so badly? I think I guessed last time. Where can I find him? Let's do this.
Davik's interested in anything that can turn a profit. He could make a fortune selling the serum to anyone infected with the disease. Not like Zelka, who'll practically give it away.
I'll keep your offer in mind. Hold on, what if I tell Zelka you're helping Davik get the cure? Oh, like dob you in. Why do you care who gets the cure? Well, because he's going to get a cut of the money.
I'll just deny it. Who's Zelka gonna believe? Me or some off-world stranger? Now be smart about this. You'll get a better deal selling to Davik.
I'll keep your offer in mind.
And then only the rich could afford the cure. Just let the poor suffer, right?
If you find the rat ghoul serum, just take it to Zax in the lower city bounty office. He works for Davik. He'll pay you what that cure is really worth.
It sounds like they really want this guy to be the good angel on your shoulder, Karth here. I do appreciate the Kana Nachos fan art. Okay. But yeah, obviously the getting money in this game is all well and good, but do we actually need? Is it actually that difficult to get money, or is it better to just do the light side thing for its benefits? I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure which gets you more stuff. So I might end up just doing what I think is the good guy thing, because thematically, I kind of don't want to go the Sith route. Not for any particular reason, but I just tend to play it straight in video games. Oh, it looks like the board oscillated again, and Meximat's back above 10k. All right, I'll leave it then. Okay, so where the hell, what do I do now? Okay, so I've got the Sith outfit, right? If I go to military area, I could maybe go and get the serum there. The wild Meximud called nachos. Oh, it's back and forth. Wow, the fucking lag spikes. I don't think that's the game. I think that's something with my system, though I'm not sure. All right, so the military is all the way over here. It's a long way to go, though. Wow, back and forth with you guys defending and attacking nachos.
Slummy's just walking around the upper city.
Shouldn't you go to Laura says you belong, Slummy?
Oh, this is rich.
Yeah, like he said. These streets are for upper city citizens. You better get out of the way if you know what's good for you.
Are they going to try and attack us? There's no combat in this area, dude. It's not going to happen. And look, the Sith will just shoot you. Then again, they might try and shoot us as well. Persuade and persuade. Why are they not lined up? I guess because the 1 and 2 aren't lined up. We'll be friends here. Let me buy you a drink. You better think twice about what you're doing. This might be more than you can handle. They're both kind of persuade, yeah, but the second one is definitely intimidate as well. Someone just joined Cabal. Who would that have been? Stephen 9000. Welcome, Stephen 9000 to Cabal. What is the current state of the Meximut then? I think it's probably quite a long way above. Yeah, it's at 19k now. Sick Puppy says, real men go the evil route. Who doesn't want the ability to choke a bitch? I don't feel any particular ability, requirement or preference for nastiness, Sick Puppy. If you feel the need for that, even if it's in a video game, as much as a video game is a good way to vent those violent frustrations, I would question why you have them in the first place. Nachos and Kana from Fairy Tail. Yeah, I mean, the art that was already made is pretty good, to be honest. Well, chat, I believe Cabby probably lost attention on the channel, actually, but now that you've pinged her, maybe she regain it. Oh, there's an error. Ah, okay, the model that she uses to extract old memories into summaries is not currently available, and usually that error only lasts for a few minutes, so Cabby probably will be back. But right now she is not, so apologies on that. She should be back though. Let me have a quick check of something. Interesting. Where were you when Cabby died? Cabby not die, but one of the models that I use for Cabby system unfortunately has. It should be able to work without needing to do this, actually. I'm not sure why it's requiring it. Let me just try restarting it. She should work again. She is up and running. She's loading the data now, so it should work. Your playthrough is so back, it keeps breaking my screen share. What do you mean by that? Okay, anyway. I don't necessarily want to fight them. There might be some benefit to befriending them, I don't know. Okay, not that. It's, I don't know. I don't particularly care what happens here. I don't need to fight these guys. Might be a bad idea. So let's just try option 1, the diplomatic option here.
A drink? Hey, for a slummy, you ain't so bad. Come on, boys. This slummy's buying the next round.
No way. Forget it. No more drinks. We're late enough as it is.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe next time, Slummy. Come on, fellas, let's go.
Excellent voice acting. Unparalleled. There you go. Well, I got some light side shit for that, and they are not going to attack me. But they just said that they are late. And so are they going to leave? Actually, yes, they are. Okay, well done, game. Well done. Okay. So, where next? These 11, by the way, the 11 contributions up in the top right here, I think they're all blank. So, not really worth playing them. I'll do it in a minute, though. If anyone sends one with a message, then I will.
A plague spreads.
Oh yeah, I already talked to that guy.
We cannot sit idly by while this pox.
All right, now, on the one hand, I am obviously not a Sith soldier, and they'd have some way of viewing me from in that building. On the other hand, oh, that's what Tab does. On the other hand, I am a Sith soldier, and I always was. So, probably this guy will need to do the same thing as well. I don't know, but I'll assume so. Wait, do we not have another Sith thing? I thought we did. I thought we had 2. Well, that's not good. All right,
Would
well,
be
you're my
really
prisoner
funny
then.
if he didn't need to.
Yeah, you're my prisoner then. Come on. Not a Sith Solgar yet. No, I'm not, but I look like one. See if I can get in. I'll do a save before I go in there. Oh. Never mind. Ah, shit. Never mind. I won't be going there. The only other place I know of that we can go then, where there's stuff we haven't done, is the Undercity, which I suppose we'll do next. What is this, Marketilla? Oh my god. That is really weird. Don't show me that again. What did you do there? Did you try and do some local video stuff with that? It is, shall we say, fraught. Okay, let's... What model did you use? Because I think WAN, W-A-N, would be the right one to use these days. Well, that's interesting. That's not what I expected at all. Huh. Yeah, I didn't see that coming, actually. Maybe there's some sort of error there, but I don't think so. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, you are using WAN. Okay, well, I'm not sure why it would do that then. Maybe there's some tweaks that can be made. Okay. Yep. All right, that's sorted. All right. Anyway, I don't know if I want to go to the Undercity yet, but I don't know what else to do.
Another patrol heading down to the lower city, eh? Well, good luck. I've heard it's pretty rough down there. There's a big swoop gang war going on, you know. You better watch yourself. Those gangs will take a shot at anyone, even us. It's too bad we don't have the manpower just to sweep those slums clean.
Okay. I guess I can go down whenever I want them. Is this actually a good idea, chat? I don't know what else there is to do up here. I'm sure there is something, but I haven't found anything to do up here. I don't know. What do you reckon, chat? Have you checked all the shops and buildings? Oh, I don't know, Revlon. I'm pretty sure that's not a point of no return. Oh, you mean it's... Yeah, this one isn't. It would be good at Telegraph. Okay, fair enough. I've been into every building, Wormhole. I may not have done everything in every building, but I did look around a lot. I don't know of anything else that I can do up here. Getting the serum would require me to get into the military base, and I have no way of doing that as far as I know. That woman that we're chasing after and trying to find here is somewhere, but who fucking knows where? I guess we're just gonna have to look for her. You can always come back if you need to. Well, that's good. At least if I can do that, that's fine. Okay, next then. That was jarring. Okay. Anyway. What is this? Oh, that's kind of working. That's a little bit better, but it's still kind of crazy.
Kavatumpa kunpa yiya mokapaata. Bonanay kachu. Yinkin kunoba mulirachi kun. Tong na bunsha nyunyang.
Fucking stinking aliens. Are these multicultural gangs?
It does appear so.
Kipuna. Kavatumpa kulpa yiya mokapaata. Chiyoka kutumpa kulpa yiya.
Here we go, lads. Do it! Throw it! Idiot. Let's see. Oh, I've got a lot of grenades, haven't I? What? Why? What? Shoot him! Shoot! There we go. I think my grenade missed, by the way. Great variation of sound effects there. Now, chat, we did discover last time. Wow, that's pretty bad. We did discover last time that the combat is not great, but I'm not really holding it against the game. It's what it needs to be. It's it just gets you through. Okay, it's basically D&D, but on a computer. Not a big fan of D&D, but whatever. I made my own rule set. Yeah, why did you make that? That is horrible.
Classic, not a big fan thing to do.
What?
It's making your new rule set for a
Yeah. Well, I made a better one. I didn't like what existed, so I made it better. What do you want? Speak fucking English. Okay, so the ones in yellow are fine with the Sith.
Kun muliras limo poiwangak tangi tuamaji human act in ikatune chiwi aita ka chong chicha agi inko tune chuna mulira tangi tuamaji kona tongki pa no.
Shut up. Jesus Christ. I already fucking read it when he was about a third of the way through the line. Hidden box lookout. Yeah, oh, Beck, sorry.
The hidden backs don't care much for you, Seth.
The fuck is that voice? That's a really weird voice. Almost like the alien voice. I don't need to go in. I don't care. I don't know what the place even is.
Go back to the upper city where your shiny uniforms will make the citizens quake in their boots.
Damn, that's some bad voice acting. Oh. Okay, I guess we're doing this. I don't think grenades are the right choice. If they are melee, it's not going to work. Shoot. Actually, oh, never mind. They're standing still. Get fucked. Get RuneScape combated. More of them too. Are these ones going to talk?
You guys are behind with your payments. What do you think just because you're in some gang, you don't have to give Davik his cut?
Kavatumpa kunpa yiya mokapaata. Bonanay kachu. Yinkin kunoba mulirachi kun. Tong na bunsha nyunyang. Kavavulpa mulji kamana.
Runda di hotonga kun hunkabi. Wana kun bez ching palamule tungking ba nunotek. Tugnin chatukune mulerabes.
Ah, so you want to play this the hard way. Okay.
Tunipudu. Rana no prata dunkno sercha. Ichua penki.
He was here to collect on behalf of him. Of course he was.
Raji Jonitun Turji Chiwi Itado Bola una Dichek
one guy with a gun shows up, and they just roll over immediately.
Now get out of here.
Oh, I guess maybe this guy has a reputation.
Maybe next time, Candace. I better get this over to Davik. I'll call you if anyone else gets behind on their payments.
All right. 1 sec, chat. Goodness me. Well, thank you kindly for the contribution. Let's have this read out.
Matthias Kalevos for 100 quid says, Tomboy's Supremacy Princess 8-Bit Kitty Maximut.
Thank you, Matthias. It's bad news, I'm afraid, for at least one person. Wait, why did that not push Maximut up? That's a bug, I think. Is the account not linked, perhaps? Let me have a look. No, that should have worked. That's wrong. It should have worked. Maybe it was just that far down before? Hold on, let me have a look. Oh, never mind. Yes, no, that actually isn't a bug. I think that's where it's supposed to be. I think that is actually proportionate to what has happened. However, remember, if you contribute real money, then you get that many in user coins, and the real money counts towards it. So you could just spend the user coins straight away, as you've just done there. So let's see where that put it. That puts Maxim very close. Now, Matthias, I don't believe this is a bug. There was a spend before yours, a significant one. So you've offset that by a lot. But it's still not quite enough to give her Maxim up. Okay. Mafaku is cheering the 6 million, but does not possess the 6 million with which to cheer. Okay. Now then, where was I? Who are you?
Those Vulkars are dumber than a Coruscant granite slug. They actually think being in that pathetic little gang of theirs makes them important. Gadon keeps his hidden Becks in line, but Brezhik's getting dreams of grandeur. If Davik's smart, he'll slap that young punk back down.
Why are you telling me this, though? What was the line? There's a line from a thing. I can't remember the whole thing, but it's very funny. Anyway, who are you?
I'm someone you don't want to get on the bad side of. And I'm not one for small talk.
Well, that doesn't seem to be the case so far.
You know the arrangement. You Sith don't interfere with Davik's business, and you all get a nice cut of his action. I don't have time to stick around here anyway. Davik's got me working on a special assignment.
All right, bye then. I wonder what would happen if I approached him without being a Sith. Like, who's down here that wouldn't be Sith or a gang member? The fuck? Game, don't do that. All right, I think it's changed again. Oh, another development in the Maximut situation. Oh, I'm about to be attacked. Well, at least it pauses. I do appreciate that. Okay, another development in the Maximut situation. It has changed a couple of more times. Maximut is now at 19k, so the Maximut goes back on. And let's go ahead and read that out.
Matthias Calavos for 200 quid says, Tomboy's Supremacy Princess 8-Bit Kitty Maximut.
Thank you, Matthias. Just a reminder, you can obviously put anything you want in that field, but you don't have to put the things you want to support in your message. But of course you can. And if you do, it will have an effect. It will add them to your list. But if you already support them, you don't have to write them. Okay, let's do combat, I guess.
Ha! How'd you like that?
Well, he's dead. You can use the rapid transit system to return to your base. On the map screen, you will see a button that says return to hideout. That's interesting, okay. I don't know, why would I need to go to my apartment, chat? What does it do to go to my apartment? Continue, okay, done. Remains. Okay, yoink. Blaster turret, that doesn't sound healthy. Oh, it's Sith. Probably fine then. This is my prisoner. Disregard the fact that he looks like a rebel scum, please.
Where do you think you're going? This area is restricted to undercity patrols. Without the proper security papers, I can't let you pass.
Not a problem, mate. I don't have them. No, I'm not going to go with any sort of fuckery here. Orders to join up with one of the undercity patrols. You can't get me out if you're dead. No, for now, I'll go.
Down here, we run a tight ship, not like the slipshod operations in the upper city.
Right. Thank you very much for the generous contribution. That was the one that put her back in the brown. All right, so we're not going there yet, but we may come back. I may be able to persuade her more. I may be able to find papers later. For now, though, I guess I'll go all the way the other direction and see what there is. Or maybe I'll see what's in here. Oh, city apartments. Okay, we'll see what's in here.
Chiwi aita ka chong chicha. Agi inko tune chuna muri ra. Tangi wama jikona. Tonki pa nonku nek abog. Chiyokaku. Kimba muli ra dwana ji. Kuyami juski ichika nai. Uba baska dwana chichopa muska. Jiska da soki kupa bona na chachu.
There's a bounty on your little green heads. I'm here to collect.
Just crunky to patslimo. Chi itakanki chana kilikon.
Yes, I think that's the point.
That's the plan.
Wow, their reaction times are bad. I guess he doesn't mind that he was just observed murdering 2 people? Is he not gonna, like, get a picture of them, like him standing over them, like, I just killed these guys, here's the proof. No, they're just gonna take his word for it. I guess that's what happens when you got a good reputation as a bounty hunter. Makes sense. He's gone. Let's see what's in the news. Say again, sorry?
Or it'll appear in the news or something?
I suppose so, but they'd have to be fairly important, I guess, for that to happen. Get blasted. Blast him. Uh-oh. He's a melee nigger. Not for long, though. Wow, his FN didn't fucking help him at all.
Time to rumble.
Oh, my health's quite low, actually. God, the UI is not very good, is it? How do I use, like, a med kit? I think it's in here, right? Med pack. Use. That worked. Okay. What about... Oh, shit, there's more of them. Get. Giga raped. There you go. Let's switch over to this guy and heal him. Medpack, use. And again. And again. Oh, goodness, okay. Done. You've got an energy shield. Maybe I shall use that myself. But I'm not being asked to buy it. I guess it makes a bit more sense. So, where would I put a shield? Ah, there. Right arm or left arm? Doesn't really matter, I guess. Anti-shield. Okay, cool. Might as well. Is this open or? It is. Hello. Oh, he's a boss.
You asked for this.
I'm gonna have to. Can I do this mid-combat? Let's hope so. I think I can, but it's part of the combat, so I have to wait. Oh no, it did work. Okay, that's fine. Oh, there's more of them. What? Oh, it's a mine. Well, I'm glad you fucking detected it, I guess. Oh, I guess I would have seen it. Oh, what is it? Fuck! No, stop! What are you fucking doing? Why did you fucking do that? I just clicked on it for you to shoot it and you ran into it. You knew it was a mine before I even saw it. What is this fucking game design? That is shit. I was holding backwards. I was holding S and he wouldn't stop. He just ran fucking straight into it. That's fucked. That is just bad game design. Alright, an extra energy shield. The UI has so far done me more harm than any enemy in this game. Should have played Tomboy Adventure 2. Yeah, there's no landmines in that game. Okay, energy shield. There you go, like one on both arms. Fuck you. What's in this? Nothing, it's a bin. What's in this? Something, it's supplies. Supplies. Anything over here? Yes. I don't know what those do. I don't know if I'm meant to be killing these guys. If this is their home base, then it won't fucking be for long. I think. It's a bit unbelievable though, isn't it? Energy shield is a consumable multi-use, okay. Alright, let's see what the status of the board is. Whew, it's quite a lot. Yeah, that's quite a lot. You're being very mean to poor Nachos. Oh my god, they're right behind me. What the hell happened there? Did I fucking teleport? Jesus, that was a bit much. Calm down, mate. You're only dying. The options to stop being brown. What were the three options? Remind me. So either make 8-bit your wife, which is not an easy option. What was the other one? Oh, that guy didn't last long. As this feels like drone work. Am I playing a video game here? Wife, money, or tit pics? I think Nachos would be the first to tell you that there wouldn't be much to depict. Oh, is that a number? Wow, they actually put numbers in this video game. Okay, where's the apartment door that we have to lockpick? Because whichever one it is, it's really not really worth being kind. Okay, now this is a mine. What do I do that doesn't cause me to just walk into it? Recover or disable? I'm not looking forward to this because whatever I pick, I'm just gonna fucking walk into it, aren't I? Like last time. How do I do this exactly? I think disable is what happens if I just click on it anyway. He just fucking walks into it. Right, let's see if I can master the subtle art of not walking into the landmine. Incidentally, if the answer is that I just have to not bother with it, that's fine. I'd rather not bother with it than walk into it. Okay, let's see if we can get through this. I think my my ally here has some sort of lockpicking.
On it. What? It's open.
Oh, hello.
Stop right there, or I'll give you a blaster shot right between the eyes. Now, what are you doing here?
I was just exploring.
Well, go explore somewhere else. There's nothing interesting for you here. This is your only warning. If you bother me again, you won't walk out of here alive.
I assume she is a bounty hunter. Well, it's her fucking place. I don't really have any business with her. The way I'm often advised to play RPGs by you guys in particular is, yeah, just annoy everyone. Just fuck with their lives. I mean, I know it's a video game, but still. Chat, try, speaking of which, try bothering Cabby right now. The thing might be back up. Although it should have automatically stopped spinning. It should have automatically done the extraction, to be honest. That probably won't work, Mafaki. You've got to actually ping her. Unless you've got the friend of Cabby roll, in which case that would work. Hello. Oh, it's her. It's this woman. She's worthless to me. So we could go in there. I could easily just take off my Sith uniform and then go in there. I guess. I don't know. If I take off my Sith uniform down here, are they all going to try and kill me? That was a lag spike. Alright, more fuckos to kill. Oh, hello.
You asked for this.
I probably should heal. Oh, didn't get much of a chance to. Okay. That's not good. Is there something that I can do to revive my teammate? What does this do? Temporary boost to dexterity. No, there isn't. Oh, there she is. She's back. I don't see any way to revive, no. Power blast. Oh, good shot. Alright, well, let's just see that if I can use med packs faster than you guys can shoot me, eh?
How'd you like that?
Yep, he's already dead. Alright, more med packs. Pile on the fucking med packs. Just click the heal button until you win the game. Good shot, buddy. Good shot. Bet that floor really fucking regrets the day it was born now. Right, can you... Thank you.
Sure.
Alright, and... heal. Yoink. Right, what are you doing? Well, I guess that's mine. What? But you didn't hear the commotion before?
How'd you like that?
The sound mixing is it's not optimal. Can we switch to a different character from with? Oh yeah, we can. Okay, that's fine. Med pack again. I guess we need more of these. Oh, fuck off.
Yes?
Right, make red things hit them in the face and until they fall over. Okay, my boy here needs some more heals. I think he's actually already down. You. Oh, I think he's just gone down, actually. Yep, there he goes. Just shoot him until he falls over, please. And then we can get the dude back up. Wow. Do I need to get closer? This guy's a good shot. Okay. Let's heal again, I guess. Is that gonna work? Yes, eventually. Just hit him once. I can't move. It's not letting me move. Like, I don't know, guys. I can't. There we go. I have to hold it for fucking ages. Does it even help to be this much closer? My God, why is this guy in particular so hard to kill? Just hit him. Hit him with the gun. Oh, why? I had like at least half health. Whatever, I guess I'll reload. Excellent combat experience, by the way. All right, no mine. Go away. Go away. There we go.
What?
All right. We don't need to go in there. We know we don't need to, but I guess I should do the same things.
It's open.
Yeah, it's open, but we know what she says.
Yes?
Stop right there, or I'll give you a blaster shot right between the eyes.
Yes, I heard it the first time.
Well, go.
All right, good. Yeah, I know it's Dice Force Wormhole, but that was a long series of ones in a row. Okay, I think we're going this way. All right, let's not go that way this time. I think maybe I need to go and get more med packs or something. Since that appears to be how the combat works. Let's instead go... I think it's not this way, it's the other way. We'll try going into that inn, or bar, or whatever it was. I'm sure that'll be riveting. Do I have... Oh, I can just do med packs from down here, okay. Oh, I gotta use the energy shields. Okay, well that's interesting. And you heal... Okay, that's more convenient to press it down there. Alright, now I'm going to do a little test. Save game, nigga. Yes, overwrite it. And close and whip off the shiny suit. And see if anyone tries to kill me. Not yet, no. Alright, in we go. Faster the better, we can get rid of that stupid nattering, that gibberish he was gibbering. Oh my God. Is there a way to play this game without them making these stupid noises, just them speak English instead? Do I have to mod
but
it?
The immersion. The immersion, Uzulu.
I am deeply immersed in something I don't want to have anything to do with. I'm going to forgive it for that lighting glitch. It's a very old game. I do not care about this mini game. Yes, I will suit myself. Thank you very much. What do you want?
Greetings, stranger. My name is Gelrud. Are you a Pazak player by chance?
No.
If you're ever...
This is about to go horribly wrong, isn't it? Oh, it's this guy.
Kimba muli ratwanaji. Kimba no kunikset abog. Kakincha nawabakaon. Tung abashun ni chunchi.
Kipuna! Kavatumpa kulpaiya mokapaata! Chiyoka kutumpa kulpaiya!
1.
Oscar! Kiska nichu! The Hoopa Botania go GGPT!
The devs really want me to think this guy's a badass. Unfortunately, the presentation of the game is really not aiding it.
Kimba muli ratwanaji. Kuyami juski chika nai. Uba baska dwana chichopa muska. Jiska da soki kupa bona na chachu.
Tune podo! Rananu prata donko shirkasha! Jum apike!
3.
No!
Yeah, just go around throwing flash grenades in the middle of a fucking bar. That should be fine.
Go away. 1.
I guess I get 3 questions.
2.
Alright. Fair enough.
Smart.
I mean, it would be kind of funny, but I don't think I have enough med packs.
I can't wait for the big swoop race. I hear the Vulkars have a new end.
Huh? What? Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. My attention was kind of focused on the Twi'lek dancers. Look at them waggle those head tails. I don't normally
You sicken me.
alien girls, but I've had some bad experiences with my own species lately. Maybe it's time for a change. Know what I mean?
What do you think of him, Nomon?
I think this is what civic nationalism gets you.
Not always, but maybe a correlation. Matthias says, give KOTOR a break. It came out in the early 2000s, a completely different era. Yes. For its dated qualities, I am going to give it a break. But it is also kind of hard to take it seriously when it's trying to relay something serious to me. That's not a deliberate standard. It's just, it's going to be hard to get into because of that.
He's just doing the time-honored tradition of a white supremacist dating outside his race.
True. As Matthias says, never ask a human supremacist the species of his girlfriend. Why would I want to ask this guy questions? He's... This is the pervert. Not really interested in your love life.
I like the tone of your voice. I work for Davik Kang. I'm used to people treating me with respect.
Well, then have a nameplate above your head that says that you do, and then I'll know. Maybe I'll shoot you, but maybe I'll respect you anyway. It doesn't matter. You seem like a slime ball. You work for Davik.
Davik's always sending me off planet to deliver and bring back.
See, last time I played an RPG where a courier was a major part of it, it kind of sucked.
So I know all the tricks they use to catch smugglers. That gives me the edge I need on my courier runs.
That's fascinating. Why are you telling me this? Pretty open about what you do. Yes, you are.
It's not like it's some big secret. It's kind of hard for Davik to keep a low profile when he belongs to a big intergalactic crime syndicate like the Exchange.
Right.
Davik's ship is the fastest one in the entire quadrant. But even the Ebonhawk can't get off Taurus until the quarantine is lifted. The Sith fleet has the planet surrounded. Any ship leaving orbit without proper access codes will be disintegrated by the Sith auto-targeting laser cannons. And those codes are locked safely away in the military base.
Right, that's why it wouldn't let me in, because I could have stolen more than just the serum.
But even with his underworld connections, he can't get his hands on those codes. Fine by me. That means I get to go back to enjoying the dancing girls.
All right, chat. Let's just do this for the rest of the stream. Because apparently these dancing girls are great. So I'll just leave the camera here and go and do something else. You get rid of that thing that posted YouTube chats in Cabal. I think so. Yeah. Like that was sort of like semi-buggy for a while. and would sometimes work and sometimes not. I need to rebuild it, really. I do have the YouTube chat up, so I'm looking at it.
I told you to leave me alone. So give me some space, Bug-Eye. Your breath smells like bantha poodoo.
Kuyami, Juski, Chica, Nai. Tong Patoga, Smaktilia. Tabis, Dubong, Kunki, Pankpa. Tong Ituamaji, Human Act in Ikatune.
Who you calling little girl, Chuba Face?
Ubabatu, Conchi. Jiskadasoki, Kupa Bona, na Chachu.
Just a sec, boys. Zalbar, a little help here? I need you to rip the legs off some insects. Quit complaining. You can finish eating later. Besides, you need the exercise, so get over here.
Jiyokaku! Kimba Mulira Dwanaji! Kuyami Juski Chika Nai! Ubabaska Dwana Chichopa Muska! Jiskadasoki Kupa Bona na Chachu!
You got a problem with me? Then you got a problem with Big Z. So unless you want to take on my furry friend, I suggest you greenies hop on out of here.
Chubasa!
Be more racist. Don't call them greenies, call them snotoids. Or something equally as offensive sounding.
Space Somalians.
Well, kind of. Yeah, they are kind of Space Somalians. Why are you with the... See, this is the only character was sent to the entire game. Why are you bothering me? Yeah. Oh, never mind. He's been corrected by his woman. Oops. I pressed the scroll bar and it skipped the dialogue. That's odd. Thank you for the contribution, Dedem.
Matthias Calevos for 10K says...
It's going to have to read some of those out first.
Matthias Calevos for 10K says... Dead M533... Matthias Calevos for 1.5K says... I've spent all my Chaos coins. I need more power. For the Chaos Cabal prevails...
Thank you, Dedem. That was the correct one. Got there in the end. You should now find that you have those coins, and if you don't, let me know and I'll sync the account. Let's have a look at the board. Unfortunately, the board, the alternator of the day is still where it was before. Okay. Right. You. Oh, her name is Mission. I wonder why that appeared.
I don't recognize you, and I know pretty much everyone in the lower city. You must be new down here. I guess that makes me and Big Z your official welcoming committee.
I feel like I recognize her voice. We speak the same language. That's a good bloody point.
It's not that strange. Most aliens can speak basic. They just prefer to use their own language. But I grew up here on Terra, so I just sort of got used to speaking the native tongue.
You showed a lot of guts dealing with those Valkyrs, kid. You got a name?
My name's Mission Veo, and this big Wookiee is my best friend Zalbar. I'd offer to give you a tour, but the streets down here aren't safe. But if there's anything else you need... We just kind of fell in together. It ain't easy on your own here in the lower city. Everyone's always looking to push you around.
So we noticed. Still, you seem like an odd pair.
When I met up with Zalbar, it seemed like a pretty good match. I knew we could look out for each other. With my street smarts and his muscle, we make a great team. Well, you came to the right person. If you want info on Lower Terrace, I'm the one to talk to. Davik, the Lower City gangs. I even got the scoop on that bounty hunter, Calo Nord.
Well, I think I know most of this information already, but I'll see what she says.
Davik's part of the Intergalactic Crime Syndicate, but I guess everyone knows that. But I hear he's got a new ship for his smuggling operations, the Ebon Hawk.
The Elon Musk?
But I hear that ship's fast enough to break the Sith blockade. Of course, this is all just secondhand rumor.
The other guy said it's not.
If Davik does have a ship, he's got it locked up in his estate. Nobody gets in there, except the people working for Davik and the Exchange.
Wow, she just did loads of Star Wars games, apparently. Yeah, I don't think I'd recognize her from any of those games. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not then. Thank you though, Matthias. Thank you for looking that up for me.
There's only two gangs worth worrying about here in the lower city. The Black Bulkers and the Hidden Becks. Sometimes Zalbar and I hang out at the Beck base. The Becks are led by Gadden Thek. He's a good guy. Lost his sight in a swoop bike accident a few years ago, but even blind, he's a great leader. Not like that traitor Brezhik. Before he took over the Volkers, he was a hidden Beck. Gadden considered that ungrateful space slug his adopted son. When Gadden went blind, everyone figured he'd step down and appoint Brezhik in his place. But Gadden figured Brezhik wasn't ready yet. He wanted him to wait a few years. But Brezhik was too impatient. He left to join the Volkers, and ever since, he's been waging a war to wipe Gadden and his Becks from the face of Terrace. This gang war in the lower city is totally the Volkers' fault. They're the ones killing everything that moves out on the streets. It's like they've gone insane. Kalanord's one of the most famous bounty hunters in the galaxy. He's killed more people than the Iridian Plague. I've seen him kill people just for trying to talk to him. He hangs around Zach's bounty office, but I don't think he's looking for work there. All the postings there are small time, way beneath a bounty hunter of his caliber. I figure Callow's been hired by Davik to do a special job for the exchange. I'd wager 1,000 credits that as soon as the quarantine ends, he'll be getting off this rock.
Well, that's about all I can ask.
You going? Yeah, this dive is pretty boring. No action around here. Come on, Big Z, let's go.
The sound effects cloned directly from the New Hope.
5 minutes? Come on. We'll go see if there's anything good to eat at the Beck base.
Joy. Right, now what? Oh my god. She's Zoe. From the Spire Reignited trilogy. Well, that would explain it. Actually, it wouldn't, because I've only played that like 2 or 3 times through in total. Probably only once, actually. And it would have been years ago. She wouldn't have been Zoe from the original game. But you're right, she is. Her voice is definitely Zoe-like. Alright. Jagacha, what a name. The fuck are you? Yes, I think you're strange. And clearly, not a common character model, because the developers only gave you a single animation, which serves as your idle and talking animation. I did mean to offend you, actually. Ask you some questions. I've no idea. The game has given me the option to ask you questions, so let's see what you have to say. What planet are you from? Alright, that's nonsense. Sorgus. One word answer could have done that. Kind of creature are you? Hey, a Doog. I think you missed it in the previous screenshot, but she was Padme in the Clone Wars cartoon. Oh, in the cartoon. Sorry, I thought that was all video games. Yes, I probably would recognize her from that then. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Matthias. He just said, Cabby, he just said which one? Damn clanker. Notice your other head doesn't say much. Okay. Well, if I can't hear it, it probably isn't worth hearing. Can you tell me about your homeworld? What are you doing on, or what do you know about Terrace? Fine. Yes, I noticed that. Oh, that was fun. Alright. Now what? Out of the way. I can't talk with any of these guys, not that I'd want to.
This gang war's getting out of hand. The Volkers aren't just attacking the hidden Becks anymore.
Right, what's this room for? It's not the same room as earlier, but it's very similar. What do you want? Oh yeah. Wait, is this the guy? Did he say that actually? I don't remember him saying that here. What is this? That's good. What is this? Doesn't matter. Did Cabby make any of the images that you guys requested? I don't see any actually. Oh, okay. I think she thought she was being spammed because it all came in at once when I just started that back up again. If you guys want to send an image request now, it should work. Anyway, Direct Specifications. I'm not going to do the serum thing with this guy. Bounties. 2 government contracts. Assassin named Selva. Oh, I found him earlier. Or it, or them, I don't know. The other is Bendak Starkill. I never heard of them. He's famous deathmatch duelist. He's killed hundreds of people.
Can't see anything wrong with getting rid of people like that. As long as we don't end up on the list.
Not all the bounties are dangerous. Davik's got some. Well, why not? Davik's got some special contracts. One is a girl named Dia. She attacked Holden, one of Davik's men. One is a man named Largo. I don't think I've seen either of those.
Davik's special contracts. Justice is one thing, but doing a crime lord's dirt.
Matt Trick. Then he betrayed the exchange. Now Davik wants him dead. Okay. How do I collect the credits for these contracts? I guess just come back to see him. Expand him like contract killings. Yeah. Okay. I don't need more details on any of them. If you want to earn credits. Alright, fantastic. So I assume that's, yeah, journal entry, fine. So I guess if I go and kill that woman now, I can pick up the bounty. Fucking, what was that? Okay, he doesn't say anything interesting. But Bib? God, this fucking alien species needs to just evaporate. I wouldn't be so sure. Matthias helped to make nachos brown officially. All right. What is he talking about? Can you see I'm auditioning a dancer? If he doesn't have a partner, no. What are you talking about? I don't like your tone. I don't care. All right. Well, I don't know why she kept dancing when. Then why are you doing it? No way he's going to hire you. Chance to see you dancing with a partner. Well, I don't see any other Twi'leks around here you could dance with, to be honest. Ow. Why don't you have a partner? Yeah, this sounds like women drama. Partner before that was even worse. Wait, so it's not just female dancers? Why the hell would they want to hire male dancers? Neither of those answers, no. Why is there no goodbye option? Why are the only options dance with this woman for free or charge her to dance with her? Why are they the only options available? Neither of these, please. Neither of these. Three. Neither of these. Well,
Can you exit dialogue?
No, there's no way to quit the dialogue. That's it. Those are the only options.
Well, that sucks.
Chat, I'm going to go ahead and say that that is actually a design flaw. That is actually an oversight. There is no reason the developers would want to force you into it Yeah, I apparently I'm being forced to dance with the alien exotic dancer. I have no choice.
So much for RPG.
Yeah. That's a real shame.
You play the role we prescribed to you.
Yep. Well, I'll be right back, chat. Why don't you decide? Do I charge her for it, or do I do it for free? Because those are my only options. Or, actually, I do have a third option, which I kind of like. Alt F4 the game, and then reload for my last save, which would be like at least 10 minutes ago. Actually, probably more than that, maybe more like 20 minutes ago. And then just do everything again and don't talk to this woman. Well, I'm not happy about this, but if I wanted to reload, it would actually lose a lot of progress. I'd have to do a lot of pointless talking again, so I'm going to press 2 and hope that she says no. Good. Well, then you have given me the wrong impression about your intentions, woman. I'm not any good. You shouldn't pair with me. You're right, I can't dance. I have no idea if my character can dance, and I have no way of even telling. So there you go. Yep, good luck.
Kiskanichu, Kimba Mulirat Wanaji, Kimba Noku Nixat Abog, Kakincha Nawabakaon, Tung Abashun.
That was fun. Gratifying, riveting experience. There's just dead bodies in the middle of the bar. That's normal, I suppose. Okay, so what was I going to do? Oh yeah, bounty hunting. I know where one of them is. Let's hope we can kill her. Right. Well, Matilda's art was very, very good and a great start to Carrie's appearance. I have modified it a little bit since then, but we're sort of keeping both official, and she's just got different sort of outfits that she uses. But the sort of main one is my slightly modified version now. Oh, this is the combat I did earlier, where I almost fucking died. There's more around that corner, but if I can shoot at them from here, it won't matter. Hold on, can I... why didn't she do it? Can I just no, if I run back, this guy's gonna fucking run forward. So there's guys around these corners, at least around the left corner. Can I just what if I do this? Will it work from here? Yes, it will. Get fucked, and then we wait for him to approach, and then we start shooting. And she cannot see pictures, Matthias. No, I'm thinking of giving her eyes for her birthday. that noise. Well, that went way better than last time. But again, I'm not sure it's not just because I didn't get luckier with the rolls. I don't know what I did differently, really. Standard door, as opposed to the other doors which were not marked as standard, but I assume standard. Having been marked as standard, actually, if anything, makes it less standard. Sith armor is shit as well. Well, why would it be? Why would they use it? It's supposed to be easy for us to get it, but then why would they be using it if it's shit? Lunar out to dissonance. It's all over this game. Most RPGs, actually. Is the dice roll better if you're closer? Oh, I better heal this nigger, actually. This is the Use Med Pack Simulator video game. Oh, I probably should have done that. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
What?
Okay, well, that may be it. I don't know if I do or not. What are you doing, game? I think I better save. Volcar base. The Volcars are the cringe ones. Oh, I forgot to put the Sith uniform back on, actually. I think these guys would have killed me in both cases, actually. Sharp penalty to hit chance. Well, I don't know how to find out. Oh yeah, for those that missed it, my character's called OB0 Kenobi because it's a prequel. Okay. Messages, quests, map, options, skills. There is a level up, but I don't know how to do that. Feats. Is it this one? Go away. Is this the one? 2-weapon fighting. I think I have it. I can't tell if I do, actually. Does that mean I have it if it's shown up on this list? In which case it should be fine, right? The weapon itself tells you its accuracy. Doesn't say the accuracy. Range 23 meters. Yeah, it doesn't say accuracy. Do I have any other guns? Blaster pistol. What's an ion blaster? Ion 1 to 4 versus energy 1. That's better. Okay. All right. Well, I'll try with just one for now then. See what that does. No, what's in here? Oh, it's a bad guy base. I think whether I'm Sith or human, if I go in there, it's not good. Standard door. What's in the standard door? That door was anything but standard. That door was extreme. It's rapid into the walls. Where's it gone? Oh, one of these rooms. Is the sentry droid going to help me or help them? Let's find out. The answer is neither. Oh. This repair does not seem to be functioning properly. How many parts do I have? Lots. Okay. The droid's now active. It will attack any enemies that come into range. Okay. Leave it alone, because I can probably handle them on my own anyway. Okay, go away. Right. Now, you niggers. Yes, I know. Right. What are they? Black Velka. Oh, it's a black! Hey guys! Didn't need you after all, Sentry Droid. Give me my parts back. Oh, hello.
That hurt, I bet.
What? Oh, the Sentry Droid's helping me. Nice. I guess you can keep the parts then. Shoot harder. There we go. He's not quite that stupid, Matthias. Oh, they're fucked, dude. Just leave them.
Ready? Sure. Time to rumble! Ha! How'd you like that? You asked for this! Uh-huh. Sure. What? Yes?
Not sure about that, Brian. You might be overstating it a bit. I've yet to find anything about this game that is drawing me to play it for longer. We're actually almost at 4 hours, so I probably will come back to this because I've been advised to get as far as getting off Tanis, but I am so far not finding much of interest. What is this? No, don't walk up to it. You're going to fucking blow it up again, aren't you? Save before I do this.
According to my counter, we're 5 hours and 6 minutes.
Well, that has to be wrong.
It's the internal Discord counter.
Well, that's how long we've been in the channel, but a lot of that was pre-stream.
Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, true.
My OBS is showing 3 hours 57 minutes. Right, it's just going to blow me up. Oh my fucking god, it's a puzzle. Oh my god. Detonation. Hollow sec. Oh yeah, no, the best security is one that anyone can work out as long as they are willing to. How dare she? Okay, so I'm guessing that if I click on the crate itself, it blows the fuck up.
Ready?
The fuck just happened? All I did was click on it. No. You know what we're gonna do? I reject this shittily designed puzzle. And goodbye. You're going to make it fundamentally unusable game, then I won't engage with it. The only alternative is I just keep save scumming it until I happen to get the right combination. Because if it's going to explode on the first time you get the wrong one, that's not a puzzle. I guess maybe you have to get the information from somewhere else first. If so, then I've done the right thing by leaving. But I couldn't have known that beforehand. Is that the way out? I guess that's the way out, actually. Probably the way I came in. What happens if I leave without the Sith uniform? I guess I'm not allowed in. I don't know, though. Okay, what was that? That was the bad guy's base. I think we already went in here. Oh yeah, and what were we going to do? We were going to do the... Where was that then? The place with the bounty hunter? Because I did find her. I was going to go and collect the bounty. Well, some heart said you killed a bunch of people, so I'm just going to kill you. I'm getting immersed, chat. Is that what the one? No, it's not that one. It was one of these, though. No, I do not want to walk into the mines, thank you. Could it be this one? There we go. Hello, Selvin. Bad news.
I gave you a chance to get out of here and leave me alone, but I guess you're just too stupid to take it. Now you'll see why I'm the most dangerous assassin on Taris.
If this is death, then I'll just do something else. Oh, well, he's fucking dead. I guess this is just death, then.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice game.
Well, I guess I'll find something else to do then. Which is not easy in this game. Right. I think, did I already do all this? And this is the way out. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop for now, chat. I'll try and come back to this another day. But I don't know if you can tell, but I have very little good to say about this so far. Right. Good. Okay, fantastic. Thank you for joining me, chat. Let's have Chris spam out the rest of these messages, which I don't think any of them actually have a message. I will change the system so that it doesn't read them if they don't have a message in future.
Matthias Calevos for 1.0K says, ex-president Dead M for 1.0K says, Matthias Calevos for 500 says, ex-president Dead M for 500 says, for 500 says, ex-president Dead M for 500 says, Matthias Calevos for 500 says, ex-president Dead M for 500 says, Matthias Calevos for 500 says, ex-president Dead M for 500 says, ex-president Dead M.
And there's the last one.
Small cheer always fixes.
Thank you very much for your generous contributions today, chat. That will be it. I'll see you in Pit 1 after the stream. So, yes, good night, everyone.